Oh yeah, sorry. I actually I'm going to start with a. I was going to show you this song that I I feel a bit embarrassed sharing this page. For some reason, I uploaded these mixes that I got from somewhere, and one's called. there's there's a night at a weekend a night I've never been to, but it's in Bristol called Bang Face. It's like hardcore music, and this DJ is called DJ Skull Vomit. Um, which isn't related to the bang face, but it's yeah, it's a little bit embarrassing. Let's just hear what it is quickly. Just for the type of thing. Quite intense. But I wanted to show you this remix I made, and it's wait, this one. This is so just to show you context of the original, what I remixed it from. I took out this vocal totally. It's funny in the original. It has this little I can't remember what it says now.
Normal service will be resumed shortly.
Oh, that wasn't even me. That's a coincidence. It said normal service will be resumed shortly, and then it just cut out by itself. It died by itself. You get the idea. It's very mellow, and then what I did a crazy drum remix of it. It has some drums. Depends what speaker you're on. It doesn't. Yeah, Wessex is going to close your account. Oh dear. Hello, mate. Yeah, glow sticks. Awesome. Oh, let's do it again. We're gonna have we're going to kombucha parties. Stimulation, musical, tantalizing. I know at the start of this live, I started with his page. I've only listened I listened to every single one, I think, from the 22nd of March, and then I think, did I listen to these ones between, and then I downloaded all of them between 26. And then I've just screenshot these rest. I just started screenshotting them. I thought, what the fuck? I'm not listening to every fucking short he puts up. I mean, he's done already today. Last I looked, I watched this one. Ridiculous, because I thought that's how insulting him using a child. And I watched this one the other day because it said about how the narcissist story ends, and I thought when it came up on my home screen, I thought it was Matt Taylor, but it was Matt Creation for a minute. It's just insane. It's just so sad, so sad. Really, really unwell, and yeah, deleting all the ones with us in and stuff. It's just to think that we haven't got them. I mean, it's just totally ridiculous. I didn't watch this one. It's horrible. I don't want to watch this one. He went through a little clown phase, didn't he? He went with this woman. I mean, where does he even find these? That is the question. Like, is he literally just typing in things and just scrolling and saving everything? Like, this must be the case. You are so odd. Oh yeah, Pandora parties, that was it. Yeah, real like no bang bang, unnecessary, because they do silent fireworks, and then we just got to make sure we they don't go to a height where they damage, they risk hurting birds and stuff. But fireworks don't need to bang. They actually do not need to bang at all. Like, apparently, so, well, as far as I'm aware, but I've never heard one that doesn't bang or make a horrible loud squealing thingy. Crazy. We're very overly dramatic. It's a sign of how overly dramatic we are. But anyway, here's my song remix. He wrote the same thing, exactly the same, I think, again. So, pretty much the same. Oh dear. So anyway, they're straight into the actual point of this. Where are we? How do we get off of this? Full screen. There we are.
It makes me think all the politicians in Westminster are evil.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I can't see any good ones.
you look at people like John Wedger, the whistleblower, former detective. He says when you follow child abuse, you get stopped before it escalates up. You can.
You see here, this is my first comment test because my comments weren't landing at all. So I was trying to write the website, hamstercoverupexposed.com. And then eventually I got it. You'll see it just pop up here.
Only make so much progress.
I'll take an axe to the neck or a bullet to the head before I shut my mouth. If any child was in trouble, it's like, well,
Yeah, what do you call it? The conversation, the interview, whatever you want to call it, the discussion goes more and more insincere and downhill. I did get he was available. Tuff was available in the chat. I tagged him once or twice. He didn't reply, but then I hung around right at the end, and got in a few more of the comments, and then there's obviously still people watching a bit as they were behind the live, still live sort of thing for a bit, side chat, and then the Lauren, she calls herself Lauren the Insider. She's actually the niece, I think, of George Michael, and then she thanked somebody for a nice comment that they gave at the end, and then I managed to tag her because she wasn't available for tagging in the chat initially, but then she was there right at the end, I tagged her, and I got the last comment in of the whole thing. Nobody replied to. No, she didn't reply to that. These people replied here. You'll see. Alice wrote, "Thanks, Jake." Here, and then somebody else.
Sacrifice me.
Where is it? Oh, this. And then Abby wrote, "Thanks, Jake. I'll look it up later." That was cool.
But I'm going to tell as many people as I can, so even if it saves a few, we need more people to adopt that mindset.
Yeah, we absolutely do, because no one is advocating for these children. These communities, they're trapped.
Just regarding what he's already said, yeah, he wouldn't. It's just so. It's basically evil, isn't it, to do these things? And then somebody's here they wrote so I'd rewinded here, I rewound and started to catch this bit, because I catch up in a minute. I 2x it, and then but it's normal speed I think on the recording, so I'm not sure how the side chat's going to correlate to my recording, but so they've wrote satanic ritual abuse is a thing in the UK because they've this person's responding to what's actually happening live, but I'm a little bit behind here when I've gone back. So, Liam just did right in the chat here, which is, and it's to do with the satanic ritual abuse bit. So that I didn't actually notice that at the time, and right after I wrote my first comment, so you definitely saw that. And I haven't actually looked at the traffic on my website since. That'd be interesting to see what response. But the petition's gone up a little bit. But yeah, I mean, there's obviously is what it is. We're putting the energy out there. And Lauren the Insider commented here as well. The big man's in the chat. Oh, she didn't comment any more around it. So I'll look into it. This is great. I didn't notice these comments, but so yeah, I don't think she was commenting anywhere else there's only this point, interestingly, right around the satanic ritual abuse. So people are interested. I mean, more than interested. They're highly concerned, and they're desperate for answers and remedy. And this is where we're at. We're bringing that for people. We've been given that opportunity, thankfully, with the many others, by the grace of collaboration and unity and teamwork.
You know, we already know Sharia law. We already know the imams, the power they have. These children are scared. And it's also normalized. Beatings, abuse, cuts, shaving heads of some children. Power they have.
And here she wrote, "Liam, I'm so thankful you helped me get this conversation out here." And this was specifically about the satanic ritual abuse. So definitely where people are realizing is, yeah. Brilliant.
These children are scared, and it's also normalized. Beatings, abuse.
Just for Justin, Clyde is going crazy in the chat right now. I just noticed. We've got that was in earlier, and then that one I showed before, but then he's gone straight into another one of them, and then another one. Yeah, another deep state, 3 in a row, deep states, like that, 3 in a row. And then Pip come in with this. And then look at him, so desperate. Look, Clyde, you're so desperate, mate. Hasn't mentioned the onions once. We started to think he's a deep state operative. Straight back in with the onions. More onions. Deep state. And then Pip comes in with this one. It's just desperation. It's just so lost. Such scared people, entitled, and just showing no remorse and sensitivity to victims. It's just pure narcissism and insanity. Well, it's not a very nice thing to say. I'm going to tell Newbal that, and then the original or my remix, or both. Me and Newbal are going to have you, Karen Irvin, aka Skyworks.
Cuts, shaving heads of some children.
Are the child's parents aware, or are they also victims of the whole ritual abuse?
Often it would be the parents that are inflicting the abuse on the child.
It's worse.
Yeah.
And are they answering to somebody above them, do you think? Are they being forced to do that, or just completely brainwashed into thinking this is life?
I don't think so. Just brainwashed into thinking this is a demonic child, or we have to get these bad spirits out of the children.
And what's satanic panic?
Satanic panic started in the 1980s and early 90s, and there was a real social wave of people saying, it was after a book came out, that there was satanic ritual abuse happening.
So we're stemming back here decades.
Yeah. And out of 12,000 cases, there was no evidence. No, nothing happened. I don't believe it. Because if you listen to the victims, I don't know why we're incapable as a society of not listening to the victims. There are so many victims.
We hear this, everybody. So this is where she's gone straight in with it.
That are inflicting the abuse on the child.
It's worse.
Yeah.
And are they answering to somebody above them, do you think? Are they being forced to do that, or just completely brainwashed into thinking this is life?
I don't think so. Just brainwashed into thinking this is a demonic child, or we have to get these bad spirits out of the children.
And what's satanic panic?
Satanic panic started in the 1980s and early 90s, and there was a real social wave of people saying, it was after a book came out, that there was satanic ritual abuse happening.
So we're stemming back here decades.
Yeah. And out of 12,000 cases, there was no evidence. No, nothing happened. I don't believe it. Because if you listen to the victims, I don't know why we're incapable as a society of not listening to the victims. There are so many victims that have been abused in the most horrific ways. But, because it's not in the mainstream media, it's not true.
Well, you know a thing or two about the mainstream media, and you can maybe give us a bit of a debrief on why it's a good idea not to fully trust them. So satanic panic, just so I know, is kind of, well, it's a form of gaslighting in the highest order, but also, what is it, to silence or shame the victims?
Well, I think it just makes a mockery of it, doesn't it? Oh, it's a conspiracy theory, let's shut that down. Anything that's a conspiracy theory now, I mean, all we have to do is go through the history books, and I think that the conspiracy theorists have got a lot more that's accurate than the mainstream media.
So they use satanic panic to discredit the whole thing so it gets forgotten about.
Yeah.
How disgusting. Why shouldn't we trust the mainstream media? And to spend 5 minutes giving my audience your background as to why you're more than qualified to make the next few statements you'll make.
So I spent 20 years in the media. I was a celebrity publicist. I was looking after household names in the US and the UK. up from 18 to 38, I was day in, day out working in the mainstream. I had my own company. My dad was also in the media. So I was born into it. It was all I ever knew. And then I left because it's disgusting. I couldn't do it anymore. It's propaganda. I don't think it's ever been as bad as it is now. And I just don't want my kids to grow up in a world where that's normalized, that mummy does that. So I closed my company, nice salary, and I just departed from it and fell into doing YouTube by accident.
Yeah, TrueTube.
TrueTube,
They should call it TrueTube, shouldn't they? When you're not censored or bullied into spreading a certain narrative, it's so beautiful being able to tell the truth. It really is. And how normal is it for the mainstream media to sort of collaborate with each other?
Yeah, it's interesting way he, because it has not been like this for a long time, has it, in regards to the, I mean, there was, but channels were getting shut down a lot easier in that respect. Just, you know, mostly on medical misinformation, because obviously that was such an important thing at the time.
And just pump actual lies out? Is it just like, you know, okay, like a sociopath society, okay, we're going to all lie about this thing at the same time, ready, set, go, and publish the lies?
Okay, so the media is controlled. So you've got a few owners of it that work incredibly closely with government and the royal households. You're looking at a collection of big cheeses at the top that are deciding what you get to read day in, day out. It's propaganda.
They're programming us.
Yeah, it is absolutely programming us. You only have to look back at the pandemic or plandemic. We were all under house arrest, the entire world. How were those messages given to us? And this isn't a conspiracy. They were given to us through news, print, digital, and radio. That's powerful. Those mediums were powerful to ensure the entire world didn't leave their homes. It's unbelievable when you think about it. But when you think about the media, let's take my in-laws, for example. They love the BBC. And the Daily Mail, yeah. That's true because it's in the BBC. And I try and say, no, it's not true. And you try and explain why.
Well, years ago, the BBC used to be the hallmark for truth. If it was all BBC stamped, it must be true.
Yeah.
I mean, how little did we know?
It's toxic. But if you are like my in-laws, you read Daily Mail, then you might listen to BBC 5 Live, and then you could put on BBC News. You're probably spending 90 minutes to 2 hours a day consuming that news. And let's say my in-laws then meet you and you don't consume any mainstream media and you are a truth seeker and you can actually see this is the news when it's not weaponized, distorted, and when there's not an agenda. And you try and tell that person, well, no, the BBC's fake. They think you're mad.
Yes.
They think you're mad, but all of the mainstream media is for profit. Their focus is earning money. They decide what is at the top of the news agenda and what's at the bottom. And what decides that top is what makes money. So people will say, well, the Epstein files, they've dropped. Well, that's because it stopped making money for the media.
Oh, okay. So if it stops paying, they stop saying.
Yeah.
Which is disgusting. Because that Epstein file, that shouldn't... Obviously, we've got a load of wars going on at the moment. Iran, sending missiles everywhere. Trump lambasting Starmer.
That should be front page, really.
There should be a documentary made on that. But all these little things that are obviously, I mean, they're happening. I don't think they're done to distract, but they will naturally distract. But I think something like the Epstein files, until that's got right to the bottom of, that needs to be, there's a war going on, but let's not forget. Until we get to the bottom of that, so it can never ever happen again. We need the magnifying glass on that subject matter until it's completely and utterly dealt with.
Yeah.
And whoever is complicit to that shit, even if they're your favourite person in the world, fuck them, they've got to go, and you need to get rid of that weird infatuation you've got for them. Because for me, I've done it to my own dad. If I could love somebody dearly, if I find evidence that they've harmed a child, they're gone. If I suspect they've harmed a child, I'm going to dig. And that's what the mainstream really, they should be obligated to do that for us.
Yeah.
Here's a question. So out of all the media outlets, the Telegraph, the Sun, the Mail, the Guardian, what would happen to one of those news outlets if all of a sudden they were to go, do you know what? I'm not going to push that narrative because I actually know that that's complete false news. This is what's really happened. And they published it and it exposed everyone that's meant to be protected.
They wouldn't do it.
But what would happen if they did? Why don't they do it? Because there must be some people with, it can't just be full of psychopaths with no conscience and no empathy. There must be someone going to bed at night thinking, I'm contributing toward a world of lies and fake news, which contribute towards torture and trauma, and I've got to sleep at night.
They don't think like that. They don't think like that because they're all conditioned, aren't they? They're all conditioned, surrounded by people that are like-minded, follow the money. That's what they care about. They care about, you know, hitting those dividend targets, making sure that they're getting those clicks. It's the whole kind of traumatize and monetize, like Kanye West says. It's absolutely true. Good news doesn't sell.
No.
So you just have to look at the news. It's all to install fear. You don't leave reading the news feeling like, oh, that's a great story. I love that.
That was nice and fluffy.
No, it's all, you know, to traumatize people. And you say, well, what would happen if one of the papers exposed everyone? Everyone that is of a certain level has a lawyer. So much of the news is just stopped by lawyers. We're seeing now Buckingham Palace are putting pressure on certain people, like Katie Nichols at Vanity Fair and other journalists, to not go near certain stories. Putting that pressure on. So suppressing your news agenda because they're weaponizing power and money.
So the more powerful you are, the more pressure you can put on the press not to release truthful stories and scandals.
Yeah, so look at someone like Tom Cruise. Highly litigious. Highly. They don't mess around with him. They don't mess around with the Beckhams. Tommy, he's not got the money, has he, to keep going into battle with the media. So if they know you're weak, you're gone.
Now, I've always thought on the subject of David Beckham, he was golden boy for so many years, he can do no wrong. But then as the years have gone on and what he seems to be pushing and promoting and putting his face to, I'm thinking, is he compromised? And you'll know better than me on this. But my gut feeling is has he got ties to Qatar?
Yes, he took money from Qatar for the World Cup.
Okay, what do we know about David Beckham?
Well, what do we know about David Beckham? Let's just remember, he had an affair, he cheated on his family, his wife. He called the honours committee a bunch of cunts when he didn't get an honours. He slagged Catherine Jenkins off, but through PR, we all forget about that, don't we? We say, oh, he's lovely, lovely, such a nice dad, saw him with Harper, lovely man. I don't think that. I think you've been part of the process that sold us all out. Working with Qatar, who are funding the Muslim Brotherhood. You pop over there, golden balls. We'd get your check, make it out that Johar's lovely. We've got Qatar buying half our country up. They own Sainsbury's, Harrods. It's a Qatari company that's one of the sponsors at Royal Ascot. We're being taken over, but you take your check, Beckham. Don't worry about us.
And when you're as high up the social scale as someone like David Beckham, he's not going to be ignorant to all of this information and data, is he? He's going to know exactly what's going on in the world because there'll be somebody informing him direct, surely.
Yeah, 100%.
He's high, top-end profile man.
Yes, any decision that David Beckham is making, he's not making it on his own. It's going through numerous lawyers, agents, publicists, advisors. But this is what happens. You get people like Qatar who are buying our celebrities. buying our property, funding the Muslim Brotherhood. They've got Sainsbury's. You know, they're infiltrating every part of our society.
And does celebs and the press collab? Is there regular partnerships where they collab and stage stuff?
Yeah, so I would often say to them, what pictures are selling? And they'd say, oh, well, this, you know, this is what the news desk want, picture desk. So I'd take a client out for a day. We'd do a whole kind of batch of setup stuff. They'd call me on a Friday. Oh, I haven't got a story for the Sundays. Can you give me anything? Can we say this? I said, it's not true. Well, you can say it. Okay, cool. They don't care. They've got how many pages to fill every day.
Yeah.
They don't care whether it's true or not. And there's also almost a list of things they can say. Put things in speech marks. They can get around it by writing fluff that doesn't quite go into the territory where the lawyers need to step in. I mean, it's utter tripe.
Not so much now, but there was definitely a considerable chunk of time where, and I used to think, how on earth does that keep happening? You know, once bitten, twice shy. You learn your lesson the first time you put your hand on the stove. But how come so many celebrities are getting out of taxis in a skirt with no knickers, having their pictures taken all the time? I thought, well, that's got to be staged.
Well, so you're going back a little bit of time then. So there were different kind of morals, ethics and codes. That was pre-Leveson. Post-Leveson, which is post the phone hacking, there's a different code of conduct for the paparazzi. But paparazzi is a very unregulated area. So people would absolutely go to a club, you know, trip up, pull the skirt up.
I just realised how she wrote it as well, and that Skywalker from Star Wars is similar to Skywalks, and yay, 1442, and yeah, so it's said in the style of Jedi. What's he, Yoda? Slyworks stalking is Kaylee, where it says he says stuff backwards, doesn't he? Like words the other way around. The power in you is the power. Slyworks stalking is Kaylee.
All of that is very often set up.
So you get a celeb and they'd have their own pack that they would use on the regular, tell them I'm going to be here at a certain time. You take a picture of it, and then whatever money you get for it, you split the difference.
So you'd normally do 50-50 or 60-40. Yeah.
So if they can do that as little simple things as upskirting, which you can see people find titillating and they'll be interested in that. But what else are they collabing on that's far more sinister?
Well, yeah, the news is curated. You've got agents or PRs meeting regularly with all the magazines and the newspapers and saying, right, what's working for you? And we're building this client's brand, and you're working side by side with them. It's like I would have clients who had been caught doing drugs or behaving very badly, and I think, oh no, in 12 months I've got them releasing a line in Mothercare. So I'd have to work with those papers to rehabilitate their image, and suddenly you'd think, oh, they've just won Mother of the Year. You'd totally forget you'd seen them.
Yeah.
Arsehole in a club last year, or hitting someone, or behaving in a despicable way.
I've always thought that when someone gets arrested for something, and they've just been arrested,
oh yeah,
they've not been charged. They may not have even been questioned at the time. They've certainly not been to court and found guilty, but just the arrest and the press jump on it. I mean, they could be, because if someone makes a claim, an accusation, the police have to arrest the question. But if you put that in the newspaper, someone's been arrested for something, you know, fucking horrendous, that's them labelled for the rest of their lives. Is there not something, well, that needs to be put in place that protects people until they're actually found guilty of something?
Well, yeah, and the apology never matches the
headline is that big. You
know, let's remember when Rupert Lowe went through everything he went through. Oh, the pieces were this, the apology, that. If they even did, you know, run anything that's accurate. But the police often leak to the press.
Okay, so that's where it comes from initially.
Well, the police are not to be trusted, in my opinion. If they want to prove otherwise to us all, then that would be great. But we are looking at a police force. Let's not forget Sarah Everard. Let's also not forget countless victims from the grooming gangs who have said in their testimonies they were raped, abused and failed by police officers. Let's also not forget evidence conveniently missing, isn't it, when it relates to peace. Now, when phone hacking went on, Rupert Murdoch paid £1.2 billion in settlements. You don't hear about that much, do you? And there was Leveson Part 1, which looked into the phone hacking. We saw a few people, plucked out. You can go to jail. Story dealt with. Leveson Part 2.
What is Leveson?
So it was an investigation. It was looking into how these things happened and trying to get accountability and justice. Leveson Part 2 was looking at police corruption and media.
Right.
Very important, because the police are meant to keep us safe.
Oh, I think I missed my comments here. Let's have a look.
And the media are supposed to tell us the truth. Got dropped.
Do we know why? Was there any prominent figures involved that were going to get
Well,
thrown to the wolves or exposed?
Matt Hancock, I mean, as if we needed more reasons to think he's a complete prick. Here you go. He said, no, I think lessons have been learned. Well, I don't think they have, Matt, because you haven't done the bloody investigation. So, Byline Times ran a piece that are buying it.
Well, it needs to be put in place that protects people until they're actually...
In my opinion, if they want to prove otherwise to us all, then that would be great. But we are looking at a police force. Let's not forget Sarah Everard. Let's also not forget countless victims from the grooming gangs who have said in their testimonies they were raped, abused and failed by police officers. Let's also not forget evidence conveniently missing, isn't it, when it relates to peace. Now, when phone hacking went on, Rupert Murdoch paid £1.2 billion in settlements. You don't hear about that much, do you? And there was Leveson Part 1, which looked into the phone hacking. We saw a few people, plucked out. You can go to jail. Story dealt with. Leveson Part 2.
What is Leveson?
So it was an investigation. It was media.
Or exposed?
Matt Hancock, I mean, as if we needed more reasons to think he's a complete prick. Here you go. He said, no, I think lessons of investigation. Now, infringe on how we're consuming media. Does that mean Murdoch has done a deal to spin things for Labour? Piers Morgan was signed with his podcast or his show to Murdoch up until last year, I believe. So has that infringed on how things like the grooming gangs are being reported? How Labour failures are running on these outlets? I don't know, but we don't get the transparency.
Doesn't Piers Morgan deny the whole phone hacking thing?
Yes, he was editor of a newspaper when phone hacking was present, but he has denied that he was involved, I believe.
He does very well to get out of things, doesn't he? Weave out of things.
Well, I always
Interesting
say,
character, isn't he?
if you're asking my opinion, I believe a lot more work should have been done on phone hacking. I don't think we've got to the truth. And it was normalised, accepted within the industry. I knew about it. I remember people joking when I went into newspaper offices about it.
And when they're phone hacking, what are they looking for?
Lives were destroyed by it. I mean, if you look at, they were looking for voicemails, they were looking for who people were calling, but lives were destroyed. I mean, there's a reason Hugh Grant and Sienna Miller, you don't often see them get very good media coverage.
Yeah, why is that?
Because they were very, very loud.
Right.
They went after the papers, and good for them.
Is there a celebrity or celebrities?
They were looking for who people were calling. I believe a lot more work should have been done on phone hacking when I went into newspaper offices about it.
And when they're phone hacking, what are they looking for?
Lives were destroyed by it. I mean, if you look at, they were looking for voicemails, they were looking for who people were calling, but lives were destroyed. I mean, there's a reason Hugh Grant and Sienna Miller, you don't often see them get very good media coverage.
Yeah, why is that?
Because they were very, very loud.
Right.
They went after the papers, and good for them.
Is there a celebrity or celebrities that very much work in cahoots with the mainstream?
Most of them.
One that will push agendas that are a danger to our society, for example?
Great question. I mean, I would say Beckham. Look at Beckham with Qatar. You know, we're not getting any of that money, are we? But you're pushing that agenda. They're all compromised to some degree because they're working with the big bad wolf, and the big bad wolf is the mainstream media, the for-profit business that exists to make money,
So
not to tell the truth.
putting in the news is one thing, what they have to do on the face of it. But what is the mainstream's ultimate goal? What is their real purpose? What are they actually pursuing as like other than just print the news for you to read and change the way you think?
Well, I believe the mainstream media is a way to control us all.
From the government?
Well, it's lots of undercurrents, isn't it? It's not just one group of people that are sat around a table saying this is the agenda, we need to control these people. But it's a useful tool, isn't it, to how many people are reading it?
What about the billionaires that actually make the decisions for the politicians? Do they buy?
So this is where I responded. So Capricorn Moon here wrote Andrew Bridgen is becoming a legend. So mentioning these other people. So then I wrote, so then Lawrence Fox won't be silenced. So then I responded to this female, I think Capricorn Moon is, from interactions that people have had with them. Like Skyworks.
Past the politicians and go straight to the media.
The billionaires like Murdoch.
The big hitters that what I would say probably control more than what we think. I don't think, I mean, when you look at somebody like, and I'm using America as an example, when you look at someone like Joe Biden, that was the eureka moment for me where I realized politicians aren't making the decisions. That bloke doesn't.
Oh, it's 57 minutes long, Kaylee. Sorry, not a half hour, as I suggested initially. And obviously lots of pausing, so it's going to be a bit longer.
I don't know what day of the week it is. Someone's controlling him. Who is that? It has to be somebody further up the food chain, far more powerful. And when I look at Keir Starmer, I mean, he's socially awkward. I think he's emotionally inept. I think he's a sociopath. I think there's something very wrong with him. Multiple personality disorders. It's like he's a robot. He's clearly compromised.
Yeah.
There's no way Starmer's making major decisions for the company, for the country. Although I think he's very comfortable doing it because the instructions he's getting suit his agenda because he's a communist. But I'd just like to know who is really steering the ship.
Well, Starmer took on Rupert Murdoch's big cheese from News UK, David Dinsmore.
Right.
It's one big club, but you're not talking about a club whereby they're all meeting underground. It's not like that, but it's a club where it's all focused on money and control. The higher you get up that ladder, the more power you.
It's an interesting statement to make. That they're not meeting underground, where this is where people have been missing and not listened to the children's testimonies through enough to say a statement like that. That's is quite ignorant. So yeah, it does go downhill a lot. They quickly move away from the focus. It's quite it's the sad reality that we've had. The reason why we're in this position is that they just do not want. It's like they do not want the answers. I'm not sure.
Get. And you've got Rupert Murdoch's number twos. They're all like that with government and have been across multiple governments. It's so closely meshed together media and politics.
And what's Project Mockingbird? What was that?
So Project Mockingbird was in the 40s, and it was after the war. It was where the CIA were paying journalists and media to push certain agendas,
Right.
to steer the narrative. And that's a form of control. It was to get certain agendas at the front of the news agenda. Now, if we look at now, that's no different to what's going on now. It's just not called Project Mockingbird. So now we have Starmer saying, you can't run this. An Afghan migrant of 20 has raped a 12-year-old girl in Brighton. Well, all of that's being taken out. So under the guise of national security, let's take out that he's Afghan. We'll take out where it was.
So here I wrote to Capricorn Moon, why do you let Michaela, Jupiter, Oniobosa get away with silencing the Hampstead children and covering up for the traffickers?
And that's under national security. So under the guise of national security, they're taking out so much news that the news agenda is already getting distorted. But then also look at how Labour are starting to work with celebrities.
And then Michaela's first comment of the stream, she's obviously been watching intently, all the chat. Lol, Jake, I don't have to believe what you believe.
You're starting to see a lot more people use their social media to be seen with Sadiq Khan or push Labour agendas. They are very much trying to penetrate areas to control the narrative.
And what about MK Ultra?
So MK Ultra is again CIA mind control. And this is the mainstream media. Think if you learnt Spanish, Liam, for 90 minutes a day, you're going to get quite good at Spanish, aren't you?
Did you hear I mentioned MK Ultra, by the way, just for reference?
And this is the mainstream control the narrative.
And what about MK Ultra?
So MK Ultra is again CIA mind control. And this is the mainstream media. Think if you learnt Spanish, Liam, for 90 minutes a day, you're going to get quite good at Spanish, aren't you?
See,
exactly. You're already an expert. But if you're spending 90 minutes consuming ultimately government propaganda, that's what you believe. You're conditioned to believe that. That's mind control. So we go back to the pandemic. It's impossible really to keep the world locked down, isn't it? So how are you communicating to them? You're communicating to them through radio, TV, digital, and print.
Here's a thought.
Yeah.
On the subject of COVID and locking down the world and how they managed to use MK Ultra on us to mindfuck us.
Yeah.
We've got a new wave of meningitis coming through now, haven't we? Now, in my mind, I mean, there's loads of different theories, but I had this thought. That this new wave of meningitis could actually be
I'll go back up in the chat in a second, I think.
legitimate. And the people that didn't take...
Oh, so Capricorn wrote... so I don't think I'd responded to maybe Michaela here yet. But so he wrote, or she wrote, Jake, I have no idea what you are chatting about. So claiming to not know about Hampstead after all the times that she's mentioned it, and even doing that. Remember, she did her review of the Channel 4 mockumentary, a cover-up, abuse, enabling shit, and only about 30 people watched it because they clearly did not want to be, try to distance themselves from that one episode. I mean, that one stream of all the streams that only had 30 viewers. It's profound. It's all they've done it to themselves. I mean, there's no getting away from this now. They've done it. So I wrote that again, .com just to, and then I think I responded to the Capricorn Moon directly because I was already writing that, and then I saw their comment.
The vaccine are going to think to themselves, well, I'm not taking any vaccine for that because I saw what happened last time. People dropping down dead left, right and centre.
Oh, sorry, yeah. And then she wrote, "I live in your head, rent free, obsessed troll." I missed that bit. But she keeps missing out spaces. The fucking flapping, stupid, desperate. Just look at your comment before you press send, woman. Does your mouse not work? Does your arrow keys not work? Can you not go back? Can you not delete maybe and then retype it? Is it not worth it? Well, the other woman she wrote in Bab's chat, you're better than her. What is it? You're better about you. You're sure you're better than her, and she wrote it all in one word with a missing H. I think it was somewhere wherever it was. Yeah, you're better than like probably you're without the apostrophe, but all spaced together. It was just ridiculous.
All sorts of disabilities that it created, and the list is endless. Like the side effects from the vaccines. We now know that to be true.
Yeah.
If meningitis is real, you then get the people that the anti-vaxxers are going to think, well, I'm not going to go near that. But then the vaxxers take the vaccine because they do anything they're told.
Mm.
But then the people that don't take the vax, they end up dying from meningitis, so that the elites are left with the people that always conform. I mean, this could be a complete just my brain going over it, but just think about that concept. What a good way to get rid of the people that don't conform, don't buy into the bullshit, don't believe what they hear and read, because once bitten, twice shy. They saw what happened with that IQ experiment with COVID, and this is actually a legitimate thing, but we think it's bullshit because we've seen this movie before and we refuse. So the people that don't conform die. Just a thought.
Well, I mean, you raise a really good point. Look at COVID. I was pregnant at the time. I was petrified. I was forced to have the jab. I was totally following all of the rules. But I look back on that and I'm like, this is bananas. Do you know what I mean? This is very, very scary.
And for the record, I'm not spreading a conspiracy. It's just a thought I had as you were speaking. Just imagine if that's the case. But I wouldn't write anything off. Yeah. But I'm not putting that as a fact. It's just a thought that come into my head.
I think people have to really question everything.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, they really do. Because people like you, me, your viewers, more or less critical thinkers, distrusting of mainstream, distrusting of establishment. This is only getting bigger, this movement of people. This is a real problem, because then you've got people going on X and YouTube getting their news. What control do the government have over X and YouTube? Oh, the online safety bill, let's get that out, and pretend it's all about children. But really, children are being raped, tortured, abused, and sometimes killed. They don't give two damns about the children. This is about control, because this is a really big problem now. It's gaining momentum. People are using their brains. They are researching. They're realizing what they've been time and time again. You're treating us like children. You're trying to control us. We're adult brain. They don't give two. They're realizing what they've been time and time again. You're treating us like children. You're trying to control us. We're adults. We're tax-paying adults that will come to our own conclusions and not sit down when you tell us to, Keir Starmer.
This was it. So here's where I replied after her initial lol. So I just wrote lol ? As in she's fine. She wrote a lol as in that's at all funny. You see, I just there at the end of my comment there. She got the comment in so quick. It's so criminal, so just atrociously immoral.
How do we find the truth? I mean, we're always seeking it. I think most people.
And then Capricorn saw my comment. I know what I'm chatting about, which is we'll find out whether you knew what I was chatting about or not. And then calls me sad in a moment.
I think more and more people now actually are seeking the truth.
Yeah, I do.
I mean, I think it's...
So I just replied, get to know. Thank you, Capricorn, giving them the benefit of the doubt. And then I just thought I'd give a little, just for the sake of it, because they were called Capricorn Moon. I wrote my dad is Capricorn Moon also, just to stimulate some sort of like human in this person.
I think it's so lazy just to read to read a headline and think,
And then I wrote the website at Capricorn Moon, Hampstead Cover Up Exposed and .com, because if you write it like that, doesn't know it through.
okay, well, that must be true. I always think, well, how much truth's in that? Let me read the small print.
Yeah, and then Jupiter made in a second comment here, interesting. Victoria West, I didn't miss this one. Jupiter, oh my days, that Jake here. Oh, and then I think she's got me blocked, so that's why.
Okay, well, where's that coming from? Who does that benefit? Where?
Initially, and yeah, Victoria. So Jupiter seems to, Michaela seems to have unblocked me, or for some reason in chats, often I'm not blocked by this account still, I think. No, she still does it like straight away, I don't know. And then Capricorn generally ignores me for a moment.
Is the money?
Yeah, I would say to read a wide variety and just look at how the news is perceived. But be careful of podcasters, because now people are being paid to push certain agendas. I mean, let's keep this loose. Let's not start naming them, but I'd say start in America.
Luke Horan, and fuck knows what Wendy got. Fuck knows what Michaela got. Fuck, Cleon definitely got some things along the way. Chris, I hear Chris, although it was just at a ridiculous point in the whole saga of this fucking saga.
In, you know, some of the big ones in the UK would be a good place to start. Agendas are being
Chris CFC, I mean,
pushed through all different media.
Oh, and then fuck knows what went on with Sean Cassidy, and then the Hurl channel. What was Hurl doing? You know, he had his and then Valerie, Room 33. What was the other? What's the Dream Team? Bleeding Heart, friends of Karen Irvin for many. Izzy Travers, friends of Karen Irvin's. Oh, respect and admiration, or some sort of you know, given a character reference of Karen Irvin for far too long, but you know, we just, it is what it is. We move on from every moment with positive, good, and change and remedy and all that.
DMs.
I'm sensing.
Oh yeah, Skyworks got Karen Irvin in the chat, haven't we?
Tucker Carlson?
Potentially.
But he's completely changed his view and his message completely. But the thing is, I tend to find with people that the smarter they are, the better they can articulate their position, the more believable they are. It's a bit like having an argument with somebody that, although you're right and they're wrong, they're better at arguing than you. They win.
No, they're not.
So yes, they are. I'll tell you why they are.
But it's like suddenly, you know, it's gone from growing up being conditioned to you would never say something bad about the Jewish community because you know what they've been through, and I think we've probably all grown up to feel quite protective of them. Now it's like you blink and suddenly it's like anti-Semitism's on the rise. Some of the biggest podcasters in the world are all pushing agendas that are to stir up hate against the Jewish community. I mean, have you found that? It's like in the blink of an eye, everyone is now saying they hate Israel, they hate Jewish people. What on earth?
Well,
see, this is where it starts to go a little bit more pear-shaped. Like, they're totally ignoring that the Israelis have harbored, given refuge to many paedophiles from different countries, and the rape on camera, the rape of a prisoner by 3 other staff that were then protected by the public to try and stop them being reprimanded, face justice for this rape with an item. They used an item on a man being raped in a prison, like on camera. I mean, this is, and these people are ignoring it. I mean, this like I say, this conversation goes downhill basically in terms of ignorance.
that Israel are responsible apparently for every.
But he does mention, you'll hear it just a little bit. Oh, but if there is rabbis sucking the penises of babies, oh, okay then, I'll do it. I'll investigate it.
everything that's wrong within the world now. You see, I never follow trends. I never go with the crowd, and I don't care what people say, because people will push narratives. You know, if you don't mention something, you're guilty of something, and if you do mention something, you're guilty of. So you can't fucking win with a lot of people, but they can do them, and I'll do me. But the easiest thing in the world to follow the trend would be like, right, let's go anti-Semitism route, because it's working, it's selling, everyone's talking about it. People are, if anything anti-Israel, click. So the easiest thing in the world for me would be to think, oh, I'll jump on that bandwagon. So many people are talking about it, but I just want to know. I really, really want to know the truth. So rather than just jump on the bandwagon blindly because a few people are talking about it, because I do know how contagious sort of bad news is. One person hears something and it's convincing enough, they then repeat it as if it's fact. Then the next person, and before you know it, it's like all of a sudden there's these new facts that aren't really facts. They started by somebody very convincing. That's how cults start, isn't it?
But this whole hatred towards Israel and the Jews, this is being funded. You don't get something that is gaining this much momentum, that is across media, podcasters, politicians, social media. This is a hate campaign being funded against the Jewish community. And
I've always thought, because if the Jews were responsible for everything that's going wrong in the world, it would be nice to know. It's like, okay, good. Okay, well, I'm going to target the Jews now, because I don't want chaos in the world. I want love and harmony and peace. But if the Jews, these are the things that I just can't get past. If Israel, for example, are responsible for the media, why on earth are they allowing so much bad press to be publicised en masse?
Well, this is the thing, you know, anti-Semites used to say, Jews run the world, Jews own everything, Jews own the media, Jews run government. Well, they don't. They don't run the media. Do you know what I mean? Look at all the bad coverage they're getting.
It's relentless.
It is awful. We've got Jewish people scared to leave their homes. We've got Jewish people moving out of London.
It's so extreme as well that if you don't condemn, if you don't attack the Jews, all of a sudden, well, you must be funded by the Jews. It's like, no, I just don't feel compelled to slag them off every day. I don't know enough.
Yeah. Oh, I had that. Oh, Tommy's little mouthpiece, funded by Israel. I said, look, you silly twit, I haven't even been to Israel. I'd love to go, but I'd go on my own. Do you know what I mean?
I went there. It's a complete eye-opener.
Yeah.
I loved going there. I wanted to go across the border into Gaza. But then the day after we landed there, the ceasefire that was meant to be the ceasefire become very unceasefire-y. And Hamas were killing their own people in the streets again. So I thought for that reason I'm out.
Yeah.
So I thought, I don't fancy that.
I'm fascinated by religion, culture. I would, but...
And I don't buy into any of it. So I'm such a good neutral, because I don't give up. I mean, I think religion's insane. All of it, yeah.
You don't believe in nothing?
No. And do you know what? And there's nothing in me either. I'm very spiritual and I work off energy.
Yeah.
But yeah, my mind...
You don't in culture? Yeah. I haven't even been to Israel.
No, I just don't feel compelled to slag them off every day. I don't know enough.
Yeah. Oh, I had that.
Yeah. It's a complete eye-opener.
Yeah.
I loved going there.
Yeah.
And Hamas.
Sorry, it's flicking through. I'm just trying to see where I commented that Capricorn here responded to. Yeah, exactly, Kaylee. It's just they just totally veer off. Like, yeah, Pip, you're just so sad, mate. I really feel for you. It's really, Kaylee, stop bullying and trolling me. Oh dear, this fucking inversion. No, Kaylee, you are so relevant and so important and so going to get a lot of recognition, positive, good, admiration and respect and time and space. We've got a desperate little sly walker. Luke Slywalker. So yeah, here's my comment reply to Capricorn
For killing their own people.
Really, I just wanted to show you the condemnation of this chat as well. So the amount of times I put the link in there, the website link, even Liam and Lauren definitely should have looked on it individually. So it could have been just them, but I'm just going to show you the stats because I've kept meaning to check them since, but I forgot. Interestingly, so 44 views in the past 7 days, 21 visitors, but so whether these were from this chat, but so the next day after the stream was 3 visitors. On the day that I did it, that I put in this interview, 14 views between 2 visitors. So it's actually 7. They did 7 pages each. But it says one came from DuckDuckGo and one came from Android Google. So they probably did get it from the chat and typed it in their browser or whatever. So they looked at the main page, the transcripts from the unlawful case, blah blah blah, and a couple of pages each, which is great. So it says they came from. So actually, one. The views, only one was from the United Kingdom. Well, it says seven each, so I'm not sure why one was from the United Kingdom and 13. Because it says 7. Where is it? It says 7 each somewhere. Yeah, at 10 o'clock at night, there was someone went on 13 pages apparently. But somewhere else, I thought it's a bit. One's from the United Kingdom. So, yeah, it's a condemnation of that chat and the. And then interestingly, the day before, well, I don't know why I'd shared it there. I think it may have been Gary's. 13 views between 8 visitors. So only from Tuff's chat, 2 visitors. Considering these stats are accurate, but it says views per visitor 7. So I'm not really sure what that's. And unless they've just averaged it out, and it's just they haven't got the that would be false information that this website's. Yeah, sorry, they're averaging it, so it doesn't. They don't need to really write that because that's missing. That's conflicted by what they write after about the specific views per individual. Because they're dividing it at 1.63, 8 divided by 13 divided by 8, 1.63, and this is the day before, so I don't recall where I shared it there, but was that a 28th was a for Tuesday, so I don't know where that was. 1 visit per day, one visit. 3 visits on the day before, 6 on the day before, 3 on the day after, 1 after, then 1 since starting this live today. They've gone on 4 pages. Interesting.
People in the streets again. So I thought for that reason I moved.
Yeah.
So I thought, I don't fancy that.
I'm fascinated by religion, culture. I would, but.
And I don't buy into any of it. So I'm such a good neutral because I don't give up. I mean, I think religion's insane. All of it. Yeah.
You don't believe in nothing?
No. And do you know what? And there's nothing in me either. I'm very spiritual and I work off energy.
Yeah.
But yeah, my mind cannot take me to a place where there's a God. Not God, not Allah, not Buddha, not Jehovah, none of them. So
but you do love Christian values.
Yes. So as far as culture goes and beliefs and like a roadmap to somewhere nice and peaceful, really, and friendly. Christianity is my favorite religion.
Not Islam.
Well, I'm considering converting to Islam.
Me too.
They've got a good argument. They seem very peaceful, even when they're not being peaceful. It's like, how do you manage to wangle that unpeaceful fucking stunt into being peaceful?
Yeah, I mean, it's just...
For me, Islam, it's too much of a defensive It's like, well, I've just asked you a straightforward question. It's in your Quran, it's in the Hadith. You can't give me a straightforward answer. It should either be yes.
So I think I missed where I've written to Capricorn again here, but they've responded. Jake, I missed the first. Oh yeah, it's because they wrote something like, "What's irrelevant to this chat?" Let me see if I can find it. And then I wrote, she spoke about satanic ritual abuse cover-ups just earlier, and then they wrote, "Oh, I missed the first half." So they were giving me the time of, you know, they were responding, which was, I'll give them that.
They don't run the media in London.
It's so extreme as well that if you know enough,
Yeah. Oh, I had that. Oh,
it's a complete eye opener.
yeah.
I loved going there.
Yeah.
And Hamas were killing their own people in the streets again. So I'm such I'm very spiritual and I work off energy.
Yeah.
But yeah, my mind cannot take me to a place where there's a God. Not God, not Allah, not Buddha, not Jehovah, none of them. So
But you do love Christian values.
yes. So as far as culture goes and beliefs and like a roadmap to somewhere nice and peaceful, really, and friendly. Christianity is my favorite religion.
Not Islam.
Well, I'm considering converting to Islam.
Me too.
They've got a good argument. They seem very peaceful, even when they're not being peaceful. It's like, how do you manage to wangle that unpeaceful fucking stunt into being peaceful?
Yeah, I mean, it's just...
They're for me, Islam, it's too much of a defensive. It's like, well, I've just asked you a straightforward question. It's in your Quran, it's in the Hadith. You can't give me a straightforward answer. It should either be yes, no, or this is what happened. But there's too much word salad.
But Islam has become the new, when we were growing up, if you questioned anything about Judaism, you were called an anti-Semite. So you didn't really question it. Now, if you question anything about Islam, you're Islamophobic.
I've got a woman making a video on me because I had a guest criticising Islam.
Yeah.
This came up on my stories yesterday. I thought, oh, blimey. Oh, I'll try not to lose any sleep over that. She reshared my reel on Instagram.
Oh, that's...
I tried to be sincere here. I left them with universal grounded love and blessings. We fight on, giving them the benefit of, because they did say the right things initially. And I think when I posted the chat, the website again, they wrote "stop being sad" or something. It was a bit annoying, but oh well. Don't know if I think I just left them to it, but oh, someone's wrote a good one here. It's all based on astrotheology. People take it all too literally. Yeah, we'll cover a lot more of that.
Yeah,
I'm the first to condemn the white trash.
Yeah.
No one calls me racist for that.
Oh, yeah, we've got enough. Like you said, we've got enough wrong-uns here. Oh, yeah, let's just import.
First and foremost, for me, not this is about me, it's about you. But what would you... Isn't the PM with the power, it's somebody else. But let's just say you...
And then Michaela Jupiter came in with another comment, our first time in ages. OMG. OMG, that's all she's got for us at this stage. I think she was spazzing out a little bit with mine and Capricorn's. She's getting uneasy. Getting a little bit too friendly with Capricorn here.
Say that. Why can't I say that? This country's a mess. Migration close themselves off. They take over and it goes back to the not being safe. I don't want a culture that is foreign to ours. That's.
I want the call to prayer.
I don't want to hear it.
Being country.
Yeah.
The call to prayer over fine. I'll take my shoes off. I'll principles, their guidelines.
Yeah.
It's like, no. You have your rules in your...
Yeah. Don't fuck off either. Now, all we hear...
Michaela, I don't want either. She's coming in with the hard hitters.
Diversity is our strength.
Sarcasm.
No, it's not. this point what I'm called. I've got 2 daughters. I want them to grow up above our own. We are constitutionally a Christian country. Oh, it's the biggest ITFAR. They're taking over to assimilate.
No, I don't at all. And what's your I know you've said this before, but while we're on the subject, Keir Starmer absolutely drops to his knees, and for me, he's chugging on that Islamic dick like no one's business. It's embarrassing. It's just like, mate, you're not even hiding it. You've got an infatuation with Islam. It's embarrassing. What about just
that people have said they believe? To go back, look through history. Oxford, he has watered down over time his alignment with Christianity, advocating for Christianity. He is not defending Christianity. Compromised big time.
Where?
Up until 3 o'clock, there would be mass hysteria on part of our culture, because we've got a 4-bedroom house ready for you.
Yeah,
easy for them.
It's pretty much all that's left for them.
Veiled by King Charles.
Before I ask you the final question, and it's going to be complete your question as well.
Okay.
As if I'm asking everybody. But where can people find, because you're the few people that have actually gained.
I'm Lauren the Insider. That is the media are giving. I'm not a video on the royals. Do document
behaviour, no matter who you are, where you're from.
It's like I don't think compass expose things. I want to investigate things.
We could be on this for 10 minutes because it's going to be fluff media. I heard you say, but that man made. I'm going to
be hard to choose one because there's a different song for kind of every moment you'll feel.
Here I've got a tag in for Liam. So I noticed is
he was very versatile. Wasn't he?
I mean, people may not have gone to the website. They may have, it may have stirred that they found it elsewhere, and they'd already seen it. Maybe these people have already got the videos downloaded and they're just waiting for the confidence to do the right thing with it. And it's going to come any other way. But it's on their conscience and their reputation / memory, if depending on what choices they take from this going forward, and every moment really.
He could really chop and change the vibe.
Yeah,
but everything was just. I mean, what a special man.
Yeah, I always was sad he never headlined Glastonbury. I thought that would have been amazing.
He was too good for Glastonbury.
Yeah.
Wasn't he?
Too good. I think he was so ahead of his time with politics, with going against the grain. That's something I really, as I've got older and I approach 40, you kind of have a hunger to be surrounded by people with integrity and grit, honesty, people that have risked something to tell the truth. And it's now when those conversations would be so valid for me. I would love to have those conversations with him.
Yeah, I bet. You was close though, weren't you?
Very, yeah.
Yeah, he's one of them few people that you'd like them to live forever, because every
was the music, the press, and I don't think we'll ever know these celebs often go to restaurants, wear a hat, just walk there. People wouldn't really.
This person's wrote KC is the head of the Church of England. Is that Kaylee Clark? Do they know about Kaylee Clark being the head of the Church of England? Wow, they're on the ball.
Spot him, kind of thing. He lived a very un-showbizy life, which you wouldn't think.
I wonder if he would have got into acting as he got.
He might not. I can't sit here now and it's blowing my heart. And
we spoke about ADHD off camera.
Yeah.
And that's us, and that's certainly me. I will put that will be me now for the next 3 days. In memory.
I think not him, you know, just for me and for my mum. I miss getting that text message saying, do you want to come over? Do you want to in Wembley Stadium?
Things that we take for, I can tell you that, and use it and enjoy yourselves, and I'll see you on the next one.
I got the website in a few, at least once more here. Gave Liam Tough the encouragement of scales of justice. Yeah, got the website in again. And then she wrote a response to somebody, said thank you right at the end. I hear Ian, that made my day. Thank you. They wrote, it's not easy. I'm not easily impressed, but she is so easy listening to. She is so needed. We have to protect her. So touching. This was me with the last comments. That her with the second last comment, and then me. They all the last comments. But still, no one went and looked at my website really. But yeah, it's on record now. They got told. They all saw it. It's up to them what they do with it now. Either way, I am getting this dealt with. So. For your information, Pomeroy, you may have more subs than me, but not only have I got a bigger dick than you, I also have a backbone, something you clearly lack. Come on. Oh, yeah.
There's a man with a name that he borrowed last week. Got a channel full of whispers, but he never wants to speak. 59 watching, well, give or take a few. And 100 little videos saying nothing new. He said tonight's the night I'll finally go live. Got the comment section buzzing, feeling half alive. Just depends on the lorry and the loading bay. Yeah, we've heard that line about 1,000 times today. Clock hits 9, refresh the screen, 10 o'clock, still unseen, he's going live at 9. Maybe 10, or maybe not tonight again. Promises float like smoke and air, but no one's really there. He's got a voice we'll never hear, a face that won't appear. In this circus of pretend, he'll go live, just not now, my friend. DJ Darkside's waiting like his front row seats. Any minute now, tapping nervous little beats. But the curtain never lifts, no, the show don't start. Just another ghost performer playing his part. is Dan. Round it goes, no one understands. He's going live at 9. Maybe 10, or maybe not tonight again. Talking big behind the wall, but never makes the call. He's got a war he loves to fight, but only out of sight. In this theater with no end, he'll go live. Just not now, my friend. Oh, here it comes, the classic line, the final boast, the grand design. Somehow now it's all about what's below the waist, no doubt. Why do grown men always go there? Like it proves they're king somewhere, but the only crown they wear is pixels, pride, and empty eyes. Say goodbye to your channel. Big words, small screen, another digital meltdown. In a world unseen, he was going live at 9, maybe 10. We won't believe it now again. It's the same old show on loop. Different mask, same truth. 1,000 threats, 1,000 claims, 1,000 weird psycho names. In this madness we defend, he'll go live. Yeah, just not now, my friend.
Haha, just noticed DJ Darkside over here, and he's on panel.
Small screen, another digital melt.
So this is what Danny West has recently posted. I didn't see this one yesterday. Did not take me that long. Try 10 seconds. Look at this. Study, train, stay silent, become unrecognizable in 30 days. Based on the Stoicism principles, but he's relating it to online character, what do you call it? Evading 30 days. He did it in 10 seconds.
Reacting to provocations
without explaining yourself.
without explaining yourself, without chasing validation. Because if you can,
Like he doesn't try and explain himself through absolute inversion, gaslighting, shorts 10 times a day.
something inevitable will happen. People will stop recognizing you. Not
What the fuck? He did it, everyone. He did it in 10 seconds. It didn't take him 30 days. He did it in 10 seconds. Oh dear. Fire. Understanding the narcissist. Fire. This is just fire, fire, fire. Look, all these three, they're fire. These three, these fucking videos on narcissism are fire. Oh my lordy, I haven't even looked at all these. These are so insane. Bless you, Danny West. Bless, bless, bless. We're going to help you out of this mess. Bizarre. Totally bizarre. This one may make people disappear, but we're going to play it, and I think it's really important. I've listened to the half of it. Shall we listen to the whole thing or just half of it?
And that was an ordeal in itself.
So he went on road, went to open mic nights, 60 open mic nights, I think, in 2 years. He got his savings. It's quite a long drawn out explanation of how he funded himself. He got into engineering, found a really cool job that he liked doing, aerospace / Formula One engineering. But then he was 25, but he started having these memories again of what happened to him when he was 8 years old by a 35-year-old man. And and then he finally had the courage to tell a friend about it at 27, and then he told another friend, and then he told the friends' partners, or girlfriends, and things, and a few other people. Then he decided to go public with it. I haven't got to the bit where I've just got to the bit where he talks about reporting it to the police and then going and confronting the man. Can't get hot. He went to 6 different hospitals because he knew he was a nurse or a doctor or something in the area where his wife, because he found out where his wife worked at a school. So he actually went to the school and spoke to the wife in the end. And I've only got to that point. So how much should we play? Shall I play any of it? This one was also really good. That Danielle, let's see if her interview with this woman. Oh, no, it wasn't her. Yeah, this one, because this one may be interesting. Well, they're all interesting, but this one, it's very long though. It's just I didn't watch much of this one. Surviving Satanic Ritual Abuse. I only started this one. Actually, yeah, that's half the length of the Danielle one.
So what?
But there's some points with the Danielle one which were it's just so phenomenal the way the parents reacted, and there's the stepfather and some of the behaviours. I think I'll watch that one with you in our own time sometime, Kaylee. The Danielle one. But this one I haven't actually listened to much of yet, so I actually put this one on.
More can he do?
Chief of molested by my father, chief of police, surviving satanic ritual abuse.
Just us without my mom. I'm Courtney Tammany. I'm a survivor of sexual assault as a child, satanic ritual abuse, and my father's molestation throughout my whole life. He is the chief of police, and I'm here today to share my story to help others and help end this epidemic of child abuse that's going on. I was born into a cult, and yeah, now I'm out, and here I am. So I was born into a cult, satanic ritual abuse. It's a satanic cult which happens in the town of Riverdale. It's a town issue, and that's where it's local.
And is that Jersey?
It's in New Jersey. Okay. It's in Bergen County, New Jersey. It's right outside the city, but it's also very safe, put together, middle, upper white class, and a lot of money compared. Let me go again. There's a lot more money, and that's why this is happening, because it's an organized crime. So I'm a victim and a survivor of this organized crime that went on and is still going on. Mm-hmm. So it started when I was 3. We lived in our old house, 3 or 4. It's blurry. My father, he's the chief of police in Leonia. He started by sexually assaulting us, and it just kept getting worse and worse and worse. So my first memories, we lived in our house in Tenafly. I was in the bedroom I shared with my sister at the time, and he came into our room while my mom was home. And my mom wasn't home, sorry. He came into the room while my mom was out of town for the night and just laid in bed and started touching me and doing a lot more. And my mother came back, she gave me a Smurf, and that's where I was like, oh, she's back. Thank gosh, I'm okay. And unfortunately, it just kept getting worse from there.
How many siblings did you have?
I have 2 sisters.
Okay. And was it happening to all 3 of you guys?
Yes, it happened to all 3 of us. Pretty similar, but also different. Everybody has different personalities, different reactions, different fight or flight modes, but yeah, it happened all to us 3.
So for you, it began, you think, when you were 3 or 4, or that's just when
3
you
or 4, yeah.
Okay.
So I moved into Rivervale. That's when I lived in Tenafly. So I knew I was below 4.
Okay.
And we moved into our Rivervale house where the cult was happening and the satanic ritual abuse, and all the members of the cult live, when I was 4, 5.
Okay. And this might be jumping ahead, but with the cult, was it part of a church, or just like it's a standalone cult?
More standalone.
Okay.
Definitely churches involved that help, that help go about it, but more doing their own thing in their own rituals.
Got it.
So the peak of my abuse was from around 4th grade to 5th. Let me go again. Around 4th grade to 6th grade. That's where the peak of it was all happening. Unfortunately, it did happen through the ages of 3 to in their own.
This might be jumping ahead, but with the cult, was it part of a church or just like it's a standalone cult?
More standalone.
Okay.
Definitely churches involved that help, that help go about it, but more doing their own thing in their own rituals.
Got it.
So the peak of my abuse was from around 4th grade to 5th. Let me go again. Around 4th grade to 6th grade. That's where the peak of it was all happening. Unfortunately, it did happen through the ages of 3 to 15, but that's where like all of my memories stand out and were the most rampant.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
What is the age gap between you and your sisters?
So my older one is 17 months older than me, and then my younger one they're my brother now. They transitioned, Jupiter, 2 years younger than me about.
Okay.
So we're all pretty close in age.
Okay.
So there's 3 of us, and then there's my mom. So the normal thing with domestic violence is usually it starts with the wife. The wife gets injured, beat. Luckily, my mom wasn't injured. She was never abused by my father, because the more unfortunate thing is my father only had a drive for kids, which, as sickening as it sounds, that's all he cared about. That's all he wanted. And he didn't care about us. He just cared about the usage of us. I truly do believe I was born just for the fact of abuse. And it took me years to really think about that. And I was like, he doesn't care about you. All he cares about is using you as an object for money and for trafficking and to have for the cult. So a lot of cults and a lot of abuse just stems down from bloodline. Bloodline abuse is it's a super important thing that people don't talk about enough, is when you're abused, you either become an abuser or you break free of the cycle. And breaking the cycle is super hard for a lot of people, because men usually it might be physically, verbally abusive, some type. They start with that if they were abused. Women, they don't tend to be abusive, but then they fall towards that abusive trap of a man because that's all they know. So if they're abused as a child, they're going to go to an abusive man, and the man may be abusive, and then the woman doesn't know how to speak out, stand up, and break the cycle. So really, it's just a never-ending cycle of abuse.
Do you think your mom knew what your dad was doing to you girls?
No, my mom had no idea.
Okay.
So a big part of it was we had a lot of sedatives were part of the abuse. So we were being sedated. It was easier. My parents never had a good relationship. They were always going to get divorced since I was younger. I never wanted them to be together. I just wanted to be away from my dad. But yeah, so we had a lot of sedatives, which took into effect and made the abuse a lot easier, a lot quieter for my father to do. My father slept in upstairs with me and my younger brother, Jupiter, and my older sister slept downstairs with my mom. So we had a decent sized house. You can't hear things. Along with my mom slept with earplugs in all the time. So yeah.
And then with the satanic ritual stuff, when did that begin? Around the same time as well?
That began when I was a little bit more older. It was kind of always lingering, but more 4th grade was when it really started.
Okay.
I would say.
And how was your life like at school and things like that?
Absolutely awful. So I was going from being taken to these rituals, watching sacrifices, just being up all night, and it was a calendar. I don't know if you know, satanic cults, they go by a calendar, their own calendar of when the moon's aligned, different holidays like Halloween. They have a lot of different holidays and based on that, they're like events and drum circle parties, whatever they want to call it. So I wasn't able to sleep. I was up at night, and when I wasn't at these events, I was just being abused by my dad and my neighbor, which is a key role. Is my neighborhood was involved with the cult. So my neighbor, Keith Slevin, was abusing me. So my dad and him worked as a tag team. So when they worked together, maybe we didn't have an event that night, but they wanted to have fun with us on their own terms, which they call fun. So I'm surviving. Surviving is all I did, was just trying to live through the night. And I didn't want to survive, quite frankly. I just wanted to die. But I was just surviving. And when I woke up for school in the morning, as a child, it's so hard when you're growing, you're learning, you're trying to be social. The drugs are impacting my body, my vaginal, I can't sit up. My vaginal pain is so bad, my tailbone pain, just from all the abuse going on. So school never hit it off for me. It just never worked out very well. I had to transfer out of school in 6th grade. I went to a private school in 7th and 8th grade. And then freshman year, I wasn't able to go to school, and I did homeschooling.
And who homeschooled you? Was it your mom?
No, I went to this program online, so yeah.
And during this time, did you ever feel like you wanted to tell somebody what was going on, or were you too scared?
I absolutely did want to tell somebody. I always wanted to spoke. They would call me a scutch. I just was trying to fight and fight. But I just knew there was no chance of me being able to say anything, because with my dad being the chief of police,
Right.
he held the gun on him at all times, and legally so. So I would be threatened with the gun to me, the gun to other people. If you speak up and tell anybody, you're going to be killed, or your family's going to be killed. And what was worse than me being killed, because then I would be out of the situation, was he's going to kill my mom. Nobody's ever going to know. And now I'm going to be living with him for the rest of my childhood, and just him. So what more can he do? Just us without my mom being there? It was horrifying.
Yeah. And then with the neighbor, you said that started around 4th grade, was it as well?
He started younger, 3rd grade, a little younger, but yeah, about the same time.
And that was he just friends with your dad, or was he also in the police?
He wasn't in the police. So my grandpa was part of this cult. He still is, which trickled down to my dad, and they live about a block from each other.
Mm-hmm.
And then where the area where this was happening in the woods, they lived very close to the location site. So in order to get higher on the chain, cults have a chain, you're the highest up, where you start, lowest. So my dad was somewhere in the middle, because he was the chief of police, or he was in the police. He wasn't the chief at the time. He had more power. He had more resources. He was in a good location spot, and he was generational in bloodline. So he had a little bit more going for him, which put him in the middle of the cult. So to get higher up, you recruit people. And he, my neighbor at the time, was this alcoholic, very angry, just hitting dogs, hitting people. So my dad was like, this is a perfect opportunity, So he took him in under his wing, tag teamed with him, and brought him into the cult, which gives him more points, or whatever you want to call it.
And can you describe and kind of explain from your experience, I guess, how these satanic cults are ran, like kind of the ins and outs of them?
Yeah.
Because I feel like I've heard the term, but I've never really had it explained, or someone with firsthand experience.
So California, New Jersey, New York are the main trafficking and cult areas. It happens all over the country. This is just one of the small towns that trickle into the bigger abuse. So it's based off seasons. It's a seasonal cult. It happens in the fall, the spring, not in the winter, not in the summer. That's when it happens. They go by seasons. They have their own special calendar about what they do. They wear masks. That's like an important thing, is they always would wear these masks with bones or whatever they wanted to scare you. And it was also a power thing, is I have this mask on, I look more powerful. I killed this animal. So what they would do essentially is we would go into the woods and we would play games, which were not games, and we would have to watch. There's a lot of fire. It was very fire cult. A lot of fire would go on, a lot of burnings of animal skins, humans as well. What scared us the most is, okay, we're doing this to these people that we've trafficked. Why won't we do this to you? You know, you need to be scared for your life because we just did that to this young girl or this young boy. So why wouldn't we do it to you if you're not acting well?
So they were like actually burning young kids.
Yeah.
So it was, this cult was intertwined with trafficking.
Yes.
Okay.
That's how it worked.
Do you know that, like, in their mind, what were these sacrifices doing for them? Like, just giving them more power?
I think a really weird aspect of it is when you're a child and you're going through this, you're kind of just trying to survive. So
Yeah.
I'm there and I always said, you know what? The more you close your eyes, the better. When the big sacrifices were happening or anything, if I can close my eyes, I'm going to close them. So I would close them. The less I see, the better it is. The less I hear, the better it is. The less you have to remember and see. So I would do that unless I was forced to keep my eyes open during these games, events, abuse. I never quite understood what the point was as a kid. I just was trying to survive more than anything. And I knew it was, they wanted to take this. It gave them more power. It was a thrill for them. Taking kids' blood is essentially something they would do.
And how long would these sacrifices last usually? Do you know?
Go on about an hour or so.
Okay.
It depended on the holiday, it depended on the event, but going through it as a kid I didn't need to understand, and I was so young, and I was put into this is what normal is. Your father is doing this. This is kind of normal, and I knew it wasn't normal or right, and I wanted to speak up, but I didn't know any differently since I was born. You want to love your parent. So after this, now that I've gotten older, I've gotten out of it, I've been doing more research on what was I really a part of? What was I in? And it's very interesting to be like, wow, this is what they were doing. You
Yeah.
know, just going online and doing research of what I was really a part of and not just being there. Because when you're there, you're trying to survive and nothing else.
Would your mom go to these sacrifices?
No. My mom was not aware of the sacrifices. My mom would be sleeping. My dad, as a police officer, groomed my mom since she was 19. I think they started dating was the age. And he kind of just was always like, yeah, you never need to worry about cameras being in the house. You never need to lock the doors. You don't need to worry about sexual assault. Why would you be worried about this? I'm a police officer. I'll tell you. And she truly did believe him. She came from a upper class family and didn't know any differently.
Did she know that he was in a cult at all, or
No.
okay?
So she didn't know
She was
until
very,
I was
removed from the situation.
She was totally removed, which is a little bit different with our story. Is she wasn't in it at all. There was no part of her.
Okay.
He could have been giving her sedatives like he gave us every night.
Right.
He
just was controlling, basically.
But he
all
was
of you guys.
controlling
Yeah.
this. And yeah, most domestic violence cases, the mother's abused and then the kids are abused. But so she wasn't abused, like mentally, yes, but physically, no. She was never
Okay.
physically abused, as of my knowledge, and as she's spoken,
Mhm.
which is why she had no idea. So when I was 16, I had to get vaginal surgery. I've had 2 vaginal surgeries. When I turned 12, I was in a lot of vaginal pain, and I would be leaking, UTIs, constant issues, endless pain. I went to a couple doctors. They'd be like, it's normal. We don't really know what's going on. And I'd be like, okay. Once I turned 16, I was like, something's really just wrong. I know I'm in pain. Like, this just isn't right. I had clitoral adhesions from the abuse done, which they can't say for sure because they don't know. But it's usually with a lot of clitoral usage, which wasn't done by me. was done by my father, unfortunately. And then I had adhesions where I had to get a minor surgery, put knocked under at 16, which is when my abuse kind of started all pouring out and I started speaking to my mother.
Oh, sorry, I didn't have a mic turned on. So Karen, aka Slyworks, were you not listening, or are you being insincere? So she said that her father, chief of the police with the guns, threatened to kill the family or threatened to kill her, and she believed that she was worried her mum would be killed, and that would mean that she would be constantly she would be under total control and vulnerable, like totally vulnerable / totally abused by. So yeah, asking stupid questions again. You're always with the stupid questions, aren't you? Yeah, that's what Karen Irving does.
About it, and when she first heard about what was really going on and why we were sick.
And what was her reaction to that?
At first, she wasn't in denial, but there's a part of you that wants to be in denial. She believed us, she listened to us, but she didn't fully believe it. She just kind of was like, okay, yeah, sure. Like, I'm here for you.
And all of your siblings come out at the same time, or was it just you?
All similar times. So first it started with me and my older sister. She knew I had been sexually abused, and she's like, well, yes, the same thing happened to me. And me and her came out at the same time, and we didn't want to bother my younger sibling. And then it wasn't until DCP&P, Child Protective Services, came over that he started spilling out his memories after that. When we were children, the sedatives that my father was giving us was making us so sick. There were days where I would walk up the staircase and I would fall over. Like, walking up the stairs was so hard for me. I would just get lightheaded and fall over and have to lay on the ground. I couldn't shower. My sister, when she was in 7th grade, my older one, she turned completely for 6 months, not able to function. She couldn't walk. She couldn't move. She could barely talk. She had severe brain fog. She was stuck on our couch. She would lay on our couch, and I thought she was going to die. So my mother took her to endless doctors. She took us to all, like, a handful of doctors, being like, what is wrong with my kids? I was acting out mentally. My older sister was physically dying, in a sense. She couldn't move. She didn't shower for months. What's going on, Like, what happened? And my dad just kind of sat there like, doesn't matter to me. Take him to doctors. So we were essentially being failed. And no doctors, which is a really important part, is nobody asked us if we were ever being abused. And I wonder what the outcome would have been if we were asked. I went to a therapist since I was at a young age to around 6th grade. Lorna.
Sorry, I didn't have the mic on again because I'm playing my keyboard at the same time through the same audio interface, so I have to turn the mic off, otherwise it gives feedbacks. So she said that regarding the threats to do with her mum. Yeah. I do feel for you, man. I mean, there's such an obscure situation. It must be so infuriating to have to be in a cult, to be brought up in a cult, or to have been compromised for abuse, or whatever's happened to you. So I do feel for you, desperately feel for you. Whatever's happened, but it's just you need to really, like, try and we're going to help you. We're going to get you out of this regardless. So, you know, but just please just, you know, avoid any more abuse if you can. In the meantime, you know, hang around us. Just keep it, you know, keep thinking you're, what's the word? Achieving something by trying to destroy Kaylee with horrible comments in her chat, in her comments. You know, nobody commented on that post regarding you trying to stir shit and cause issues with StreamYard Pip about what Kaylee's comeback. He said from Hoi Polloi, who deleted the comment. I don't know how quickly. I think Justin wrote something clever as a response to him, and he deleted the comment. So, and then no one's even commented on that one, I believe. I think if it's still not commented on, I might have. I think I did a cool little response, but yeah. So. Let's hit that one up in the signed out window. And we're going to see nobody's commenting on Danny West posts anymore nowadays. One day ago, Pip did a load of comments on this one, and that was it. You're leaving him a little bit. You're leaving him a little bit high and dry, aren't you? But let's just see what Mr. Rick Easy is doing. It's just 2 comments. It's just Rick Den Tarragon with 1 comment and Pip in the chat with 1 comment. 14 minutes it's been on. You just got Pip and Rick.
Is he the most solicitor pillar of the community? It's getting more.
He's just playing some Tommy Robinson stuff. So, yeah, I don't think. I'm not sure there's no point in recording that right now. For watching 14 minutes ago. That's excellent. I've just gone down to 3 watching because I paused it and stopped. Okay, let's play some more of this.
Goldberg in Englewood, New Jersey. She was a cult specialist for young adolescents. She knew my dad as well before me, and she never asked me if I was being abused. She never asked me, and doctors would assume it. They would tell them my therapist to ask me. She never did. I told her I wanted to be treated like I was an abused dog. Basically, I was trying to say I was abused without saying I'm being abused. I was like, I want to be treated like an abused dog because I feel like that. I was never once asked, and I was failed horrifically by not only her, but by a psychiatrist who was giving me medication. She met with me 3-4 times a week, Nancy Tancer, for our money, and I was severely suicidal. As a 12-year-old, you don't really know how to kill yourself. Luckily, I was young enough to not know how to do it, but I knew I wanted to die. So for me, it would be holding your breath till you pass out thinking you die, which wouldn't work. Not drinking water to die. All silly things that never would have worked or did work. But she told me, you have too much anxiety to kill yourself, straight to my face while I was 12, saying I'm going to kill myself. And right after that moment, I'm looking at her. I was like, you know what? You don't think I can kill myself? Now I'm going to kill myself because you don't think I'm capable. What the hell?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
So how long did you go to her for?
Not very long.
Okay.
My mom is she's very smart. She advocated for us, and she realized this wasn't the right place for me. She sent me to a program, Nancy Tancer, called High Focus, which was essentially a day program, not a mental hospital where you go. It left me more traumatized than I did not. I just needed help, and they sent me there. And all they cared about was just the money and having you there for the day. It felt like I was a prisoner, and I was just a young girl who was hearing all these horrific stories of people trying to kill themselves. So it wasn't until then that I learned, okay, yeah, this is how I could kill myself. So that night I did come home and I was like, I'm going to kill myself and I'm going to do it. And my parents had a very close watch on me at the time, luckily. And unluckily, because my father was watching me, but that was when I had to take a Xanax to fall asleep. And I fell asleep with my father in the bed, touching me, and just it all went blurry from there.
And how old were you when that happened?
12. I was in the 6th grade.
And were you and your siblings close at this time? Like, did you guys ever talk about the abuse that was happening?
We did. We were close, but me and my younger brother, Jay, we were very close, and me and my older sister, Sarah, were close. But when my older sister got sick, my dad really wanted to tear us apart from each other and make us all hate each other. So we couldn't work together. So he was like, your sister's faking being sick. Your sister's not sick. This is what's happening. So he just wanted to give us this fire to go at each other so that we couldn't work together out of this. So it was very difficult. Same with my mother. I had a lot of hate towards my mother as a kid. Not hate, but I was angry at her for sure for being like, she doesn't know what's going on, and I couldn't tell her. So there was a lot of anger, which is a very common thing for kids that are being abused, to be mad at the parent that's not able to see it or listening.
Yeah. So with these cults and these rituals, how many people would you say were involved in them?
So a big part of it was we had the regulars that would come to the cult, and then we had the more holiday events. So the regulars, there'd be about 7 to 10 that would come on regular.
And they were always in the woods?
Always in the woods or basements, which is a big part. Or they do have like tunnel systems, which is another issue. But in the woods or in basements, that was how it happened. And so for the regular events, a couple days a week, it'd be about 5 to 10. And then for the holidays, we'd have as much as 12 to 15 different men. Some men would bring their kids, but most of them didn't.
So it was mainly men at these?
It was men only. It was a man-only event.
Okay.
Doesn't mean the wives didn't know what was going on and weren't a part of it.
But during these rituals and meetings, it was just the men there?
Yes.
And then was it always you and your siblings, or was it sometimes just you?
Always me and my siblings for the most part.
And then sometimes these other guys would bring their
kids in.
Okay.
Sedatives, depends on the day.
And do you think that they would bring their kids to kind of try to almost groom them into that kind of lifestyle? Like, so that they start young and then,
they can grow up being.
Right, because that's all that they know. That's
all
normal.
they know, right.
Yeah.
That's all I knew. So try to get them to be a part of it when they grow up, because bloodline is really important for them. Is if you have generations of this going on. This has been going on for generations. My dad, my grandpa, his dad, it's gone on for many years. So,
and do you think that they got involved because of the location?
I think location was
Okay.
key. My grandparents they still do live in a great location right next to it all. And we moved in a block away from them.
Okay.
So when you have the location, you immediately go up on the charts as, okay, I'm here. So the cult this was just one of the satanic cults was in our town. But essentially they would meet with once a year, yearly, with all around the states, and they would all go to these bigger conventions of let's talk about what we're doing. It's going on throughout the states, all the states or most of the states, and they would meet up once a year and have these big organizations of what they were going to do, talk about it, and just keep going.
I know that you said that they were sacrificing children. Were they like selling children back and forth as well, do you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
They were selling children, using them. A lot of child pornography went on, which was another key aspect, I guess you could say.
And would that happen during the rituals as well?
No, that was more separate from the rituals. Okay. That was more in the trafficking aspect, and just my dad at home with me and him. A 4th grade was take your daughter to work day, take your kid to work day. So I went with him to work, and I always wanted to love my dad. You want to love a parent. And I think something people need to know is you want to love your parent. If a kid genuinely hates their parent, not just a teenage, I'm upset at them. If they hate their parent, something is severely wrong in that household because it's hard to hate a parent. I wish I could love my dad and he will always be like, well, I still love you. It doesn't matter. No, you don't want to hate your parent. It's a very hard thing. So, good to work day, we went to this horse barn at his work where they gave us these horseshoes and he installed it in my room above my closet, a horseshoe with a screw in it. And he was like, this is a camera and I'm always going to be watching you in your room. Like whatever goes on in here is always going to be recorded and I will always be watching you. Like there is no escape. So he would put up cameras, he would record it. I got a loft bed when I was in 6th grade to try and get away from the abuse because he is this fat old man. Not to put him on blast, but I'll put him on blast. He was a fat old man. So I knew could crawl up there quicker than he could grab me. So I would save myself maybe 10 seconds from the abuse, but it was still 10 seconds and I was going to do everything I could to save myself because it is a ladder. I got into my bed, so I would go in there. It did not work. It did not save me much, but it was I tried.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that your neighbor would pay him to be able to do things with you?
Honestly, that's a great question. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if that was what's going on. But I really like to tell people my dad and my neighbor were two different types of psychopaths. My neighbor was an alcoholic who just had no mercy, just wanted to beat kids, rape them, assault them. And my dad was a very strategical thinker of how he was going about this, what he was doing, how he's going to do it. It's an organized crime. They did it and they had it down to a method that they've been doing it for years. So my neighbor, I don't think he cared as much about money. He just cared about being able to use people for abuse. Right. His main thing was I was a blonde little girl and they have two sons that are the age of me and my older sister. So we were really close with them. So that's how we got close. And that's why we hung out with them. So I was hanging out, has a fantasy fetish for young blonde little girls. That's what his type was. So out of me and my sisters, my brother, I was really the one he wanted. So I was like his personal object or toy, which was awful, but it's the truth.
And was this a weekly occurrence with the neighbor? Yeah. Okay. And your dad?
Yeah. And the cult was weekly, depending on the season. And then when the cult wasn't having events, it would just be my father and my neighbor or other men just all hanging out in the basements, getting together. We have another family in our town with 2 girls our age that have had the exact same thing happen. They reported it to Child Protective Services. We've all reported it with evidence, and they've just simply failed us.
So where do things stand right now? You came out at what age about this?
16, and I went to I was investigated and questioned at 17.
Okay. And what was the result of that?
Absolutely awful. We were failed. My dad is in Bergen County, where we live. We were interviewed by his friends. So that just doesn't work well.
Now, were his friends involved in the cult as well?
Some of them were, yes.
Okay.
And it goes to like a larger issue of this isn't just him and some people in the town. It runs deep. It runs deep. So part of the people in the prosecutor's office or in the police station were also a part of it. So going to them was just like sitting in a room with my father. I sat down with the prosecutor, and I was like, wow, I don't think I can even fight or tell my story too much because I feel like I'm just looking at a soul with no eyes, at eyes with no soul behind them. This is just like I'm sitting down with my father. And I understand how you have to be investigated and talked to, but there were just things that were said to me that were so not right, unlawful. It was, you're sitting here. I told them crying, I'm a young girl. I was like, I was raped at this age. They're like, well, why would that guy ever want to do that? That's gross for him. That sucks for him. And I sat there like, I can't argue with this man. I'm not going to go anywhere. This is just going to go in circles. That was the only time I said something back to him. And I'm like, well, why do serial killers kill people? You know, why would somebody want to have sex with that person? I'm like, well, why do serial killers kill people? Can you give me a reason? And he didn't give me a reason. We've moved on. I told him I had been raped from behind by Keith Slevin in his bedroom. And he told me, well, you wouldn't know who it is if it's from behind. And I was like, well, I do remember who it is. I was there. I heard voices. I was in his bedroom. Lots of things like that that were just absolutely cruel to hear.
Was your mom with you while they were asking you these questions, or did they make you be alone?
They made us be alone, all
Okay.
three of us. It's on the record. They put you in this little investigation room, going through all this trauma. You're a young girl, and they don't care. They didn't care. And I don't know how that is in other places, other counties, but I know my county, Bergen County prosecutors, they did not give a crap about what we had been through because they knew my dad. We were told that they would put in a safety plan for when my dad found out he was being investigated because we truly thought we were going to be killed
Right.
by him or somebody in this organization. And we found out he was being investigated not by them, by his own parents, weeks later that he already knew. They lied to us over and over and over again. My mom told them, I'm scared for my Jupiter. I'm scared for Jupiter. I'm scared for my kids because he held a gun to their heads, which is what my Jupiter told my mom, and said, I'm going to kill you. And off the record, the prosecutor said, well, it only happened one time. You don't need to be scared. Which is such an unfathomable thing to say. It only happened one time. Doesn't matter. I then went to my local town police just for hope, because now I'm still living in this town trying to heal and recover. And all I'm driving past is my rapists, people that I know, my dad, my grandparents, the sites, the locations, the places I've been taken to. And I go to them and I said, I'm looking to, this is what happened. And they said, we can only give you maybe a restraining order and only one for 2 weeks. And they didn't even give me one. No judge wanted to talk to me. They laughed in my faces and said, okay, yeah, you don't get one. And I'm like, okay.
So did they only ask you questions and do the investigation or whatever they want to consider it that one time when you were 17, or is this like an ongoing thing now?
It's only been an investigation that's happened once. Right now, my parents still aren't divorced. So the only thing I know about it is my youngest sibling, Jupiter, is 17 and a half. And the past 3.5 years, my dad's been fighting for custody of Jupiter. And
This is powerful, hey. Her actual younger sister's called Jupiter, it's her real name. And all this mistreatment by the police and the corruption is just, we endeavour to assist in her justice. How long ago was this? 11 months ago. 11,000 likes in 11 months. We're on this. Courtney, just remember Courtney, and here's the links: TikTok, email. Super. Yeah, we'll get this. Okay, it's all dealt with.
Jupiter doesn't have a voice. They won't listen. The courts won't listen. Jupiter spoke what's happened to them, and all they care about is saying, it doesn't matter if this happened or not, or if this is all a bunch of BS. You should still have a relationship with your father.
So is your dad still chief of police right now?
He is still actively the chief of police. I did just file a civil lawsuit, which is public, it's not sealed, against him, the prosecutors, because we had a severe failure to investigate. Nobody investigated anything. We went to them with evidence, we went to them with pictures. We actually went into the woods that had happened and found pictures of a lot and lots of evidence that I don't want to go into details about, just for the sake of having it. We had pictures of it all. And they just didn't take it. They didn't care. We had evidence. I've met with other parents and moms that have had evidence and videos of them being abused, and in certain states they don't take video abuse.
Why?
They just don't. They've changed the law now for a lot of states, but there also are states that they won't take video abuse. They won't take it, the police. It's just they don't have to. So this happened to a mother in, it was either Minnesota or Missouri. Unfortunately, her husband then shot her son, who was 2 years old, and himself. And then the police had to believe it because there's not enough evidence until they find a dead body. There's not enough amount of evidence that they want to care or listen to. And the question is, do they care or are they part of it?
Right.
And that's where we need to really think.
And the thing is, too, is even if all of them aren't part of it, even if half of them are, it reflects badly on all of them. So they're just going to want to cover it up. Exactly.
We've met with, CPS. I've met with some very nice people from CPS and a lot of very awful people from CPS. A lot of young people that come into this, they want to help people. That's all they want. But at the end of the day, when their people are in charge of them, like the CEOs, the managers, whatever it may be, they're in charge. They get silenced. They don't have a voice. And they unfortunately become corrupt or leave the field.
And are you able to go up the line? Like, instead of dealing with police, can you deal with like FBI or something like that?
That's what we're trying to do, and we've been trying to do. So my civil case was supposed to be in the county with the police. Now it's a federal case, so it's going up. But how far does this go is the question. I've heard and talked to many people where this goes farther than just being a state matter. It goes federal. And how far does this corruption go is what we need to really find an end to. And that's what's super important is people get justice, but where does this end? I've had no end. I'm 20. I worry about my younger brother every day being taken from us.
So he lives with your mom?
Yes.
Okay. And where is your dad living? By himself?
He lives by himself that we know of.
Okay.
Like a mile or a couple miles from our house.
So is your mom in contact with your dad at all?
Just between the courts, I think. But otherwise, no, not that I know of.
And then your older sister, is she on her own now?
She's off in college. She started late, but she's now a freshman in college.
Okay.
So she's not in the household.
So right now it's basically just trying to figure out how you can press charges in a way, or just
to keep, honestly, Jupiter in where they want to be, which is with us and not with their abuser. Because I think the courts do want Jupiter with my father, and my father wants Jupiter with him. So it's more of just a safety thing. Is this kid just went through so much, and now we have to worry about being back with this man? In what world does that make sense? There's this really good documentary, American Nightmare, which is different than what I went through, but also very similar in the way that I recommend so many people to watch it. It's on Netflix. The way that they dealt with the FBI, the police, the prosecutors, and the way that they were failed, and it's on video, and now it's documentary, and how badly they were failed. And they only got justice when they found a lot of evidence, only because one young lady wanted to take them seriously. They were failed by the FBI. They were failed by the police. And that kind of shows you what we're going through.
Yeah.
And this other family in my town's gone through. I've had childhood friends, which I've drifted from just because my dad has abused not only me, but my childhood friends. And they've told me, your dad has abused me when I was a kid. And it's awful to hear. It's like, you feel guilty in a sense. It's like, that's my dad. You were friends with me. But at the same time, none of this is my fault because he is my father. I was just trying to survive.
Right.
So there's multiple people, families that have all been through this in the same 2-3 towns: Rivervale, Westwood, Hillsdale.
And when's the last time you talked to your dad?
I haven't talked to him since I was about 17. He sent me a text when I was maybe 18. And he just denies all of it. That's where his head's at, is just deny. Deny, deny, deny. I never had a sexual assault talk when I was little from my dad or my parents because he was assaulting us. It was never, oh, be careful of strangers, stranger danger. Not once. We would play games with other men in the woods. One of them was called Hunter and Gatherer. That's what I call it. And they would call it. And you're in the woods at night. You have, 7-10 kids. And some of the men are hunters, where they have to find you. You get a certain couple minutes to go run and hide. And the other ones are the gatherers. So the hunters would hit you over the head with a beam, a bat. My father, as a cop, had a nightstick. Hit you with that, pass out, or grab you by the shoulders on this spot. It's this nerve that would make us pass out. And the gatherers would come. There'd be only 2 or 3 assigned gatherers, and they would come, get you, and molest you, assault you to whatever extent that they wanted. But they made it as if it was a game and you could win. But after doing the game enough times, you realized there was no winning. You weren't going to win.
The result was always the same.
Yeah, you were always going to be hit. They just wanted to watch you look terrified and run. And I would be terrified. My younger brother, Jupiter, was a lot slower than me and not as athletic. And just, I would have to take the hit for them. And I would try, but then they would still get abused anyway. So it was, at what point do I help others versus save myself, because we're all going to be hurt?
So they would knock the kids unconscious and then molest them.
Mm-hmm.
Would kids ever wake up during?
Yes. So sometimes I'd wake up during it and realize this hands in my pants, this is what's going on. And other times I would wake up unsure of what went on.
Mm-hmm.
Along with, we did have the sedatives in us to transport us to these locations that they brought us. So it was easier, quicker.
Would kids ever scream?
Yeah. I would scream a lot. Yeah. I was a screamer. I was loud. I was a very feisty child with that, as I should have been. Depends on the kids. Some kids are quiet. They know what's going to happen. They just let it happen. Some of the kids would scream. Some of them would fight. But, if you have a screaming child, you're going to get in trouble because your child's screaming. Like, my dad would get in trouble for bringing me if I was going to be feisty. So I needed more sedatives.
Right.
And I would need to be essentially hit harder. So it was, what point does it serve me to be that screaming, kicking child?
Right, because it wouldn't help you.
Because it wouldn't necessarily help you, no. Maybe it will help you 1 out of 50 times, but no, it didn't help me.
Do you remember any of the other so-called games that they would have you guys do?
These weren't strike me as much as games. They were just like wooden planks on the trees. They'd tie your hands up to them and then abuse you because you couldn't do anything. You were helpless. You were really, truly helpless if your hands are tied up. And they would abuse you. We would have to watch other kids be abused as a punishment as well. It's just seeing other kids being abused is awful, because you can fight for yourself, but when you see somebody else or your siblings being abused, it just hurts even more.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you want to be able to help them. So that was part of the punishment games, and just being tied up and being abused. And forced eye contact was also along with it. When it wasn't in these big rituals, you would, depending on your abuser and if you were lucky that day or not lucky, do you have to have eye contact with them? Can I close my eyes? And it depended. It just depended on the day.
So they wanted you to look at them in their eyes while they would abuse
you, yeah. Whether that be them having a mask on, some type of like satanic, animalistic mask, or not. Eye contact was something they wanted for their own thrill or whatever it may be,
Yeah.
scare tactic. So when I could, I would close my eyes, but I couldn't always close my eyes.
Right, to like give yourself that escape.
Yeah, it has saved me a lot, but it's also,
Right, how much can you escape such
not much
horrible?
when you're going through it so much for a couple of years, and also just being abused for multiple years.
So this went on from 3 all the way till 16 or 17?
15.
15.
And then
okay.
I got out of the house when I didn't get out of the house. My dad got out of the house when I was just turning 17.
And did he leave easily?
No. So when he left, he thought we were still gonna have a relationship with him. We essentially did have to trick him that I tricked him I was going to go to his house. He bought this apartment. I would come over. He had a bedroom ready for me. He had everything so that he would leave, because I knew once he left the house, he wouldn't be back in. So he left, and he didn't realize that I was never going to speak to him again. And I had to trick him that I still loved him. I was going to do all this stuff. I played the games. I played my cards right. He got out of the house, and then he realized after a couple months, oh crap, my kids are never going to see me again. And that's what happened.
And then what age did you find your therapist that you like now?
Around 17 or 16.
And did you tell her right away, like everything that you had gone through?
I did. I've been to a handful of therapists as a kid, psychiatrists, and the first therapist I went to, she was sweet, she was great, but she just, when I would tell her this stuff, she would look at me horrified and scared for her own, she was young, safety, and I'm like, you're scared for your own safety? I'm the one that's living through this. They wouldn't want to report it to CPS. They wouldn't want their name tied to it because they were scared of my father. He's the chief of police. So once I met my therapist, she was great. It was hard for me to go to therapy after being to some very awful therapists. I did not want to. I talked to her, and then after a little bit of time, we clicked really well, and she's been such a good advocate for me and helping me heal through my journey.
What has been some of the struggles for yourself just coming out of everything that you went through?
I feel like coming out of it is I'm still not out of it, which is the problem.
Right.
Is I'm out of it to a sense is I have freedom. I can go to bed and I'm like, this is great. I can go to bed on my own.
But you don't have the justice, right?
But I don't have any justice. And
it's still happening.
Yes. More importantly is it's still happening, and I'm still worried for Jay's safety every day. Jay's not out of this, and we're in this together. I'm worried for that. So once Jay turns 18 in September, I feel like there will be a part of me lifted of, okay, finally after 20 years, almost 21, everybody's going to be safe from him, in a sense, safe. Like legally not having to be with him. He could harm us in other ways, but he would get in trouble. And then the main part is there's no justice for us. We've been silenced. The first thing they do is try and break you down. You go in there, and everybody says, speak your truth. You go in, you speak your truth, and they laugh at you. They make you sound crazy. They try and make you think, why would I have ever said this? Why should I tell anybody? And then if you don't get turned away, which most people do, you take it a step farther, and nobody's taken it. Not many people have taken it very far. They get shut down. What was the rest part of your question?
I was just asking, as far as for yourself, the
effects.
Like reflecting back on it, like what have your struggles been that you've noticed?
I love to say that I just am a very not anxious person, and I'm not an anxious person, but I do have a lot of PTSD, a lot of anxiety with certain matters. I will never do drugs because I've been drugged. Alcohol scares me because I've been put under drugs, dizzy, unconscious. If I touch it, I'll have a panic attack. Being in a relationship as far as sexually and emotionally with a man was horrifying. When I was 16, I've always liked men. I've always been attracted to them. I said, I'm never going to have a boyfriend. I will always be single because I can't do it. I would rather die than be with somebody and let them see me. It took me years for somebody to be able to see me sexually, for me to heal. I would kiss a guy and throw up from my anxiety from it. And I'm really not an anxious person. I've never been, only when I
But
was going through
anything
it.
for you revolving, sex and sexuality was forced and negative.
It still is, unfortunately, to this day. I don't think my relationships sexually have ever been able to be something. And not only has it been mental, it's also been, okay, I've healed so much mentally. Very importantly, there's physical damage done to my pelvic area and to my head that still hasn't healed. I have endometriosis. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's a 1 in 10 women have it. It's a chronic illness, top 20 most painful chronic illnesses you can have, and there's no cure. I've found great doctors. I've just recently got diagnosed at 19, just had surgery for it, and I have severe endometriosis at a young age, which created nerve damage. And if you're abused, you're a lot more likely to have it. The chances of having endometriosis and being abused are a lot more likely. If you're mentally, physically, sexually abused, it's a lot more common. Genetics-wise, my mom had it, but nothing like me. They did surgery. So now not only am I physically in pain to have a sexual life in an everyday, day-to-day life, I'm also mentally in pain. And it's triggering when I'm physically in pain in my pelvic area because it's giving me these feelings of what it felt like to be being abused.
It's like a reminder.
Yeah, and it just sits there all the time. And I'm a rock climbing coach. I love my job. But there's days I can't get in. I can't work long shifts. I have really bad back pain from my tailbone, my pelvic area, my endometriosis, where I can't stand or sit for more than a couple hours straight without being in severe pain and flare-ups. And it's just awful, I was 17 and I was going through all this pain and I'm like, this isn't normal. And the doctors would just say, take an antibiotic. Maybe you're just in pain from being with a man or like sexually in pain. And I was like, no, this isn't happening to my friend. Something is wrong. And it took me a while to find a doctor that listened and was like, you know what? Something is wrong. And that's when they found that I had severe endometriosis that grows back over time, but I did just get it all removed off of a couple organs, my rectum, my ovaries, all over my pelvic cavity. They found it. It had just spread, which has affected my health severely.
Yeah. Horrible.
Yeah. And nobody's at fault or at anything for this. And I just have to worry each day is okay. Am I safe? We just moved into apartments come the fall, summer. And I felt safer than ever, luckily. I don't feel like I'm being watched or followed. And it's great. I really do enjoy it. But
so right now, would you say your main goal is just obviously to spread awareness and then just get the justice, hopefully?
Yeah, my main goal is to really spread awareness, speak the truth for people to hear it.
Yeah.
And denial is a huge thing. People don't want to believe things that are so horrific because it's easier for us not to believe things that happen than it is to believe it. And it's hard. And I wish I could just say, yeah, none of this ever happened, throw it away. But you're going to be living in this uncomfortable state forever. So I want to see justice happen, and justice will happen. There's no doubt. I'm not going to stop until I do have justice.
And you shouldn't.
Along with, for other people, them to come forward or just be comfortable and able to speak about it. And you know what? I'm not alone throughout this all. People at my teachers, I had a coach. When I was young, I would cry all the time. I was malnourished. I was really underweight. I just looked sickly, like I had been being abused, bags under my eyes. You looked at me, you would think, what is this kid going through? I came back 4 years later to the coach, 5 years later, and I went up to him and I'm like, hi, how are you? It's Courtney. And he was like, oh my gosh, you look so different. You used to look like you were so scared and like basically abused. And I was like, well, yeah, that's what was going on. I didn't say that, but that is what was going on.
So the endometriosis, is that something you're born with or it's formed?
It's formed. So once you start your first period, it can start growing, and it grows with each period.
And then
everybody has endometrial cells. Some of them just grow outside of where they're supposed to, and with each period they grow more and more, if I'm correct.
And then it becomes a problem if you're raped or assaulted or something like that. It can make it worse.
It causes more inflammation.
Got it.
Which
okay.
is how they're produced, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
And then it spreads it's been found in every organ. It's been found on the eye, the brain. It's not common, but it spreads.
And then you can have flare-ups.
Flare-ups, which are really uncomfortable. I'm like an 80-year-old lady. My bladder doesn't work correctly. I just have to use the restroom all the time, and it sucks. I'm like, I'm 20 years old. I feel like I'm an old grandma.
Yeah.
Like, I'm 20. What the heck? I can't tell when I have to pee or not. I don't know.
Yeah. And then I did have another question for you. I know that you said that there were other people in your area or your town that this was also happening to, or they were involved. Are they trying to come forward as well, or are they mainly just kind of staying quiet, you think?
I haven't spoken to many of them. A couple of them want to come forward. The other ones, it's such a traumatic thing that it's easier to stay quiet and kind of move on with their life, but they're also still living with their abusers. Some people do want to come forward. Other people still live with their abusers and don't have a choice. And also denial and suppressed memories is a huge thing. I don't know if you've heard about what suppressed memories are. It's something our brain does to help deal with such trauma, where we put them in the back of our head, or we forget about it and leave it there so we don't have to think about it. When you're surviving and going through something so horrific, it's a survival skill is to put it in the back of our head and try and forget about it and just live your life and focus on what's next.
Right.
And there's lots of studies done about it, which you can go online and do plenty of research on. But suppressed memories are huge with people who have been assaulted or in any type of horrific event. And
it's traumatic to, make that decision to open that can of worms and go down that path. And I feel like it's not a quick process. It's a bunch of interviews and questions and recounting the worst parts of people's lives.
Yeah.
And I feel like a lot of people just don't want to do that.
Right.
Especially if they're not going to be listened to or believed.
Right. So when I was young, the only thing I hoped was when I got out is I'm going to go to the police and they're going to listen to me. And my dad always told me, I'm going to kill you. I'll kill anybody if you speak about it. The police aren't going to listen to you. I'm all friends with them. But in order to survive, I had to have some hope. I had to have hope that I was going to make it and somebody was going to listen to me. And then to make it out and be failed so awfully was just like, what am I supposed to do now? And now I realize the most important thing is my voice.
Absolutely.
Which is more than any justice or, well, no, that's not true. But that's the most important thing for me, is to have my voice and be able to use it and share it and help other people, whether it be smaller issues, bigger issues my friends are going through, and help shed light.
Mm-hmm. Or even if there's someone that's younger that they've grown up in a cult environment and that is all they know is their normal, I think that you serve that purpose of not only can you get out of it, but it's not normal.
Yeah.
And it's not okay. And I mean, the fact that no one listened to you or did anything or believed you and you're still not letting it silence you is extremely powerful.
Thank you.
Very powerful. And it takes a lot of, to be like strength isn't even the word, because a lot of people would let the fear overcome them and just be like, it's just not even worth it. Like, I'm out of it. Let me just forget about it and move on. But that's not the reality of it.
And just break you and break you and break you and then silence you as well. I don't know if you know what a gag order is.
No.
So in the courts, I know my mom has one. You could have a case and then they will legally silence you so that you cannot speak about your case or your abuse. And it's like an NDA, but you're silenced. It's a gag order. So you can't talk about anything what's going on to you. You can't do it. And a lot of mothers get these, or fathers. specifically mothers, and then they can't speak about their case, or they get arrested and go to jail. And I've known women that have. I've been to conventions about it.
So your mom can't say anything?
My mom can't legally speak about anything she's going through, so I don't get to know what's going on in the courts. And she can't even speak to her closest friends or her parents or anybody because she is now silenced, and that's what they want to do to me.
And how does that come about? Like, how is it that you haven't gotten one yet?
Because I don't have a law case going on besides my civil case, which they could make sealed, and they could give me a gag order about the civil case, but I still would be able to speak about my abuse, hopefully, just not what's going on in the case matter.
So right now, are you kind of just waiting to see if it's going to be taken and moved up the ladder? Or,
yeah.
Okay.
It just started. It's going federal now. You can search it up. My first and last name. You can pay 10 cents for each page. There's 35 for the docket on docket.
Okay.
And you can get the whole thing.
And it's basically like
I haven't
everything that you recounted that you've gone through.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just an overall quick, 35 pages, but just kind of who's being sued or attempted to be sued, and who was in the wrong, and the failure to investigate, failure to protect, and what's going on with all of that. And they could easily let it slide because my dad has a lot of power and he has a lot of people on his side, but we don't know what's going to happen, and it's worth trying.
Yeah, and it's interesting to me because to a degree, I get that he has a lot of power, which would make it a suppressed and just, pushed under the rug case. But you would think if it's, it goes beyond just this family abuse and assault.
Mm-hmm.
And it's other, it's these sacrifices and these other huge things. But like you said, it's when it comes to trafficking, it's like, how far up does it really go?
Yeah,
and who is involved?
That's the real question, is how far does it really go? We've had people investigate our case, Homeland Security, and from what I've known, we had a really great guy on our case, and he just disappeared and got taken off of it because he wasn't corrupt. He was doing what he was supposed to do.
Right.
And he ended up being taken off of it. We have never heard from him since. We don't know where he is, what he's doing with his life. But they don't want anybody to take this down. It's because a lot of people are part of this, and it's benefiting them. There's a lot of money in this industry. There's child pornography, there's trafficking, there's drugs, there's selling your kids for an hour and saying, okay, you want to use my child for an hour? I'll give you to this man. You could do whatever you want, make films, but I want them back, and you're going to make a lot of money.
So money is a huge thing in these cults.
Yeah.
Just like trading and doing
cults, trafficking. Personally, people in the cults more care about power than money.
Okay.
It's more of an ego and just a brainwashed satanic. This is what we believe in. This is what we worship. This is what we do.
And just using these children for their benefit.
Yeah. And then when it comes to trafficking and money, it's a big moneymaker. And I think what we've been failed as a society is when you think of a pedo, from day one, you think it's somebody who's homeless, somebody who's a drug addict, an alcoholic. But in reality, these are middle-aged, upper-class white men that are doing this because it's an organized crime. But we're taught to think that a pedo is something different than it really is. It's somebody who's out of the norm, when in reality, it's usually somebody you know, somebody close to you, a family member, a coach, a relative, and a lot of them are upper middle class white men.
Right.
As opposed to what we're told.
Mm-hmm. And they have the power to cover it up.
It's an organized crime. That's what it is. They have it down to such a method that they've been doing it for years and over and over and over again that they're not worried about getting caught. They're actually so lazy with it that they do it right behind right in front of you.
Yeah.
Which is so important, is they do it right in front of you because they've been doing it for so long. They're so cocky, and also the houses around where this is going on in the woods are part of it. So they don't need to worry.
Yeah.
They are lazy with the work they do, And if it took just a little bit of investigation, it would be found, you know. We've done investigating ourselves. But then it's, how safe are we?
And I think, like you said too, it's about finding the right person or people that are going to have your back and follow it all the way through to seek, you know, the justice and right and wrong. But it's almost like you wonder also if they're not doing that because it's so many people involved that they're like, how many people are they going to take down in the process, or can they take down?
Yeah, it could go to the right person, but they might have higher up people that are shutting
right.
it
And
down.
that's the thing too. It's like you don't know how high up these people are and how far up that power goes, because it's like these are not just your, you know, like typical, I guess you could say, like weirdos in the middle of the woods that are just like
hanging out.
Yeah, and doing these things that, you know, you drive by and you're like, that's weird. Like it's so much bigger than that.
Yeah.
And I think that's where the problems are.
That is where the problem is. And it's hard to fathom that this is happening
And it's
right
harder to
behind our
fight.
backs.
Yeah.
And fight it, which is where we've run into a lot of roadblocks and dead ends. But we're going to keep fighting and keep going. And it's also hard to find a team that you can trust, of therapists, psychiatrists, anything really.
Right.
It's also difficult on another sense, is I don't have a father figure. I've never had one, and that itself is awful. Like, it's not like I can be like, oh yeah, my father, I don't have one, unfortunately. No, he's there, he's present. I mean, there's no good way to not have a father. No matter what it is, it's going to be awful, but he's still alive and he's doing things, but he's not there for me, and he never has been there for me. He would just buy us food, like unhealthy food. That's the only thing that we got as a reward, was, okay, you could have unhealthy food. That's it.
So since you've come out about everything, the only thing that he has said to you is just the denial over the text?
Yes,
Has
denial.
he threatened you again?
No. He's very smart, so he knows if he threatened me over text, it would look awful. No threats that he's said, but he threatens to take Jupiter.
Right. Because that's like the main, like that last power thing.
That's the last power thing, which is almost over, luckily. But that's it, really, is he has power, and we're just waiting.
Yeah.
And hoping that everything happens and Jay's safe.
Right.
I've never really spoken actually about my abuse, besides to my close friends. And even then, when it comes to my close friends, this is a really difficult matter. It's
absolutely.
I don't want to tell you all my friends about this awful stuff. I'm just telling people this so that they can learn and be aware, and to help others. That's why I want to speak forward.
And you know, it spreads awareness, and it's educational. And you know, I say this all the time, and like you said, it's an uncomfortable topic because people don't want to believe it's actually happening, but it's something that is very real and should be spoken about.
Yeah.
Because if it's not spoken about, it's never going to be stopped.
It's torn my family apart. Like, my whole dad's side of the family has left us. I don't have any relationship with them. I had to grieve that loss of, I was super close with them, and then coming forward about this, they just any abuse. We didn't go into the cult matters. They didn't want to listen or hear anything. So we lost a lot of our friends and people, but we have a good team behind us now. I've been silenced. They keep trying to silence me and not letting me have a voice. They've been threatening me. That's what they do, threaten, is don't speak. We're going to ruin your reputation or things. One other thing I just want to say, I don't know why it just stuck out to me when I was a kid. Going through all this abuse, I was in around 7th grade, sail camp over summer. My cousin was staying over. I was really upset at my dad, you know, with everything going on in the abuse. I went down to my mother's room and I spoke to her about it, and I was not about the abuse. I was just like, I hate my dad. And she's like, well, why don't we bring him in here and we can all talk together, because I want to help this relationship with your father. And I was like, okay. Fine, you know, I don't want, nothing's going to be solved. And I'm sitting there bawling my eyes out, and I'm like, I hate you, Dad. And he's like, well, why do you hate me? He's a narcissist. Why do you hate me, huh? Say it. Because he knew I couldn't say anything about what was going on in that moment to my mom. And I just sat there crying, hysterical, saying, I don't know. Because if I said it, I don't know what would have happened.
Right.
And that just goes to show you how much of a narcissist and planned out psychopath he is. He's not just.
And the confidence he had.
It would just be like teasing us. And be
Right.
like, okay, so why do you hate me? And there'd be multiple times like that of what's happening. I've had friends tell me, oh, I never liked your dad. And I'm like, really? They're like, no, you would call me crying, saying you were scared of him, or he would be cursing at you at a really young age, screaming, threatening you. And I'm like, those things I don't have even recollection of. There's certain times in my life I don't have any recollection of it because it was so traumatic and it happened for so long. And my friends would tell me this is what happened. And I'm like, oh, wow. I didn't even know that.
And do you think those are just memories that you blacked
Those are
out?
suppressed memories for sure.
And there's probably so many of those that you have that you can't even.
A lot of them I have bad dreams, which is a really severe issue. I have a lot of PTSD, and they come out in dreams because during the day I have to focus. I try and focus, and at night it comes pouring out, and then I'm supposed to be sleeping and resting and rejuvenating and trying to heal and take a break from this all, and it's not. I can't take a break.
Yeah.
It's not ending. It's just, when can I just rest and close my eyes without having to.
Right. And it's like when you have these negative dreams, I always say bad dreams or, anxiety dreams, they set the tone for the day.
They do.
It's like you're constantly waking up with this fear and this reminder of just living through the worst times of your life.
And if I go through a flashback in my dream, I wake up in a flashback. Like, I wake up and I'm like, my body feels numb, my eyes go, my pupils go huge, and I'm just like, what do I do? And the only thing that really can get me out of it is just I have a heating pad to make me feel like, okay, I'm in the moment. And then we have animals, because animals are just the best. And my mom will get the animals and be like, here, look, the dog's here. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. And I'm like speechless. Like, what's going on? Like, it looks like I just witnessed a murder. Like, I look horrified because
you are.
I am. And that's what's going on in my dreams. And then I have to ground myself, which I do a good job of doing. But at the end of the day, it's still difficult.
And how is your mom doing? Is she okay?
She's okay. I think it's difficult because as a parent, the one thing you want to do is protect your kids. So to have something go on for so many years and not have helped them or been able to protect them, I think it's probably very difficult for her. She works a 9 to 5 as a dog walker. She's a busy lady. She deals with all 3 of us having flashbacks. She takes care of us all. We need a little bit of extra care, unfortunately, because of what we've gone through. We're healing. So she has to be there for us along with working, and it's difficult, and also being silenced.
Do you guys talk to her about everything that has happened?
Yeah.
Often? Okay.
I do, personally, and I do believe both my siblings do as well.
Yeah.
We both open up to her because we weren't able to for so long, and we were so scared and
she was a
threatened.
victim as well.
She was. Yeah. She really was. Since she was young, since she was 19, she was put into this false reality, is what I'd call it. Is we lived in this false reality of a life is no harm goes on, nothing wrong goes on, because my dad was telling her that since she was young. She lived in a decent house, a good household growing up, good parents, a very nice neighborhood, so she didn't know any better. So we lived in this false reality of nothing bad goes on except what's going on with my dad. And he's also kind of in control of what else is going on because he's watching us all the time. He knows people in trafficking. He knows what's going on. So I'm probably not going to be kidnapped because he's going to know the kidnapper.
Yeah.
So we lived in a false reality, and my mom's finally realized, wow, like I was manipulated.
Right.
Without it being physically abused, it's still a lot went on for her.
Which is important also for people to hear and understand, because I think that it's so easy for people to look from the outside in and make assumptions or judgments, but you never know what someone is going through, whether it is the wife or the husband or the kids. No one ever knows. So,
yeah.
You can't judge unless you're in it, and know exactly.
Yeah.
And even then, it's like you don't know the manipulation that she went through or what she was told or anything in between. And everyone is brought up differently. Everyone has different, awareness and things like that. There's some people that maybe just who they are, they're very analytical and they notice everything and they see things and they're on it, and then other people, if they're living in this world where they truly believe it's all sunshine and rainbows and they love the person they're with, why would they think anything differently?
She's not an anxious person. She was, I think, her first boyfriend. She just didn't know any differently.
Yeah.
And she didn't know. She just simply.
Did she have you guys your older sibling at 19?
No, she had her.
That's just when they started.
At like 27, 30,
okay.
Like older. But
so
that's
just
when
they
dating.
Got together. Yeah. Okay, got it.
So she just didn't know any differently, and she didn't know that all these things that were going on were just wrong. Like, this isn't what should be said. So
are her parents around?
Her parents are around. They actually help us a lot out.
Okay.
Financially and just emotionally. My grandma is one of my closest people, which I'm super grateful and thankful for. They've been super supportive. At first, we were really worried about what they were going to think, what they were going to say, who they were going to listen to, but they've been absolutely amazing through it all.
And then her parents, are they in the same area as well?
They live in Darien, Connecticut, so they live.
Okay, so they didn't have
Darien.
any connection with
No.
Okay.
They didn't. They just.
But your dad's parents did.
Yes.
Okay.
They just live locally that we can visit them, and.
Got it.
They come over to help us out. My grandma, just when we're going through a lot, she comes over, helps clean the house.
That's good.
She does a lot. So yeah, we're really thankful and grateful to have them in our life.
And like you said, as long, it doesn't really matter about the number of people that you have supporting you. It's just the quality of it.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that you have people in your circle that are listening.
Yeah.
And believing what you say, because I can only imagine how, and I'm sure there's many other people that would feel this, how horrible it is to go through something and then have the courage to speak out about it and just be told that either it's a lie or that it just, have it shut down or be silenced. It's like, it's so defeating.
That's why I want to use my voice while I can, because I don't know if they're going to try and shut me down. And once it gets out there and people see it, it's out there, And now then people will know, and I could be silenced, but the media has a role. Like, they're not corrupt. They believe what they want to believe. There's a lot of hate out there on media, but they can play a pivotal role in how things go down, because if the media overrides something, what are they going to do?
Right.
Or if they care about it more.
Right. And if they don't stop, because sometimes it's like if they don't shut up, it's like, okay, we have no choice.
Oh, now we have to go into this. Like, oh, we were going to dismiss that matter, but now we can't dismiss it, because not only is she coming with us with evidence, Courtney and her mother, but now
the world knows about it.
People know about it, and it's out there forever. And the only thing my dad cares about is his reputation of being the chief of police and not getting in trouble from the cult or killed from them by having his kids speak out. That's all he cares about. He doesn't care about money. He doesn't care about his kids. The only thing he cares about is his reputation to the public. So for him, more than money, more than a lawsuit, is just dragging his name through the dirt. And I wish I could love my father, but I'll drag his name through the dirt because he deserves it. He's a monster, and so is everybody else, unfortunately.
That was involved, yeah.
That was involved.
Absolutely.
Some more than others. Some people had better intentions and just got stuck and brought into it. But he himself is truly a monster.
Well, you seriously did incredible. So
Thank
you should
you.
be proud of yourself. I know it's not, it's definitely not an easy thing recounting those parts of your life. And especially, being so young and being in so many situations where you were probably so scared. It's like, you're older now and you can talk about it, but it's almost like that young child is still in there.
Yeah.
And it's like, even if you're able to heal from something, it's still there. It still hurts. It still happened.
It does.
And I'm so grateful that you came on here, really.
Thank
and that
you
you
so
reached
much
out.
for having me.
Of course.
And it means the world. Like, I just want justice for my inner child. And
yes.
It comes out, and that's where I get the most emotional, is like my inner child just wants justice.
Yeah, you're fighting
and
for
to
her.
be able to be able to speak and come forward and say what happened, because for all those years I wasn't able to speak. So it brings a lot of healing and joy to know that I have my voice now.
You are in full control of it, and you always should be, and you should be so proud of yourself. Like I said, I can't thank you enough, and you did so good. You should be so proud of yourself.
Thank you.
Really. Of course.
Actually, to a different town, but closed doors, and he took a liking to 8-year-old Jeremy. Now, this is when the grooming started, and I don't really remember how the grooming unfolded, but it must have started slowly in some way. Maybe touches on my body got me used to that until he moved it to the next stage, or maybe he would praise me or give me extra attention and kind of befriend me in that way, and just move it stage by stage from there. But the grooming process worked on me, and we ended up doing sexual things together. And I was kind of in on it, I remember. It was touching of the genitals, it was kissing, it was fondling, and I remember feeling okay with it. I remember it not being scary. I wasn't fearful of it. Maybe he had framed it to be something cool that we did, something that adults did, and maybe something that we need to keep a secret. And maybe I felt empowered through it. I don't really remember, but I've got this clear set of video snippets in my head of the different things that we used to do, some of his favorite things, and some of them are so horrific. There are some of them that I don't even ever talk about because people just wouldn't be able to take them. They just wouldn't be able to hear them. It would just be too upsetting. But one of the things that we would do that he moved it onto was oral sex. I remember when he would do it to me, it would feel almost tingly, warm. I have a body with genitals. Even though I was only 8 years old, the genitals still receive stimulation and give feedback. But I just remember when it was my turn to do it to him, that felt really uncomfortable. And that made me not want to be there. But I still never said anything. I knew it was to be kept a secret. I knew no one was to ever find out about it. So the abuse just continued and nobody did ever find out about it. It would happen when my dad was at work. It would happen in my room. Nobody ever saw it. Nobody ever suspected it. And young 8-year-old Jeremy just continued to be involved in it. Now, I believe it stopped when this man moved away. I believe that he qualified as a nurse. He was a training nurse initially, and he just moved town. And I would guess that it happened for approximately 2 years. And then I'm 10 years old. And I don't remember ever thinking, wow, that stopped. Maybe my brain was so clever in protecting me, it just packaged this thing up and buried it deep underground. Which if that was the case, if that is what happened, I'm very thankful to my brain for doing that, because it allowed me to just continue my life. So I move into a secondary school when I'm 11 years old, and I'm confident and I'm energetic, and I found sport, and I loved playing rugby, and I was captaining the rugby team at school, and I found boxing, and I had these mates that we were having such a great time with, and I wasn't ticking any of those stereotypical boxes that we often think a child who's been through sexual abuse will be showing. I kind of broke those molds, and nobody suspected anything. There was no signs, and anybody that was in my life that maybe thought I probably missed it, they didn't miss anything, because Jeremy wasn't showing anything to anybody. So I moved into the middle of secondary school, 14, 15, and I continued doing well. I come across a teacher who showed me some techniques, exam techniques, and he put it in such a logical way for me. And I was like, cool, I can just pass these exams. And so I started excelling in school. All of this time, when I turned 15, 16, I still kept the thing a complete secret. Now, one of the questions people ask me is, did you ever think about it?
Yeah.
And I don't think I did. But I think maybe when I started getting interested in girls and doing things with girls, like the first kiss and the first touch, maybe subconsciously I thought about, wow, I've been in this situation before, but not enough maturity to actually deal with it. So I end up leaving school with really good grades. I end up taking that teacher's advice on and excelling in my exams with GCSEs. I then end up moving town to another college because outside of excelling in schools, I started getting in a bit of trouble outside of that. I had a temperament to me. So did a lot of the friends that I was hanging around with. I was getting in a few fights here and there. I got in a bit of trouble with the police, but I was breaking the mold because usually you associate somebody who's getting in trouble with the police with not doing well in school and that kind of trend. But my mum actually moved me to a different town for my college to get away from the trouble I was getting myself into outside of school. And looking back at it now, that was like horrendous leaving my mates, but it was actually good because I could concentrate on my A-level. And so I did that, and I got an apprenticeship in aerospace engineering at a fantastic company in Cambridge called Marshall Aerospace. And I owe them so much because that apprenticeship scheme was technical, it was difficult, it kept me focused, it was disciplined, and they trained me to be an aircraft designer of aircraft systems, structures, and parts. And I just loved it.
Yeah.
Monday to Friday, it kept me focused. Now, I actually ended up climbing the corporate ladder very quickly, which meant I started getting paid well. And so weekends became a lot of fun. So Monday to Friday was just like all consumed by my job and my career, getting more skillful as an engineer. I started working in different countries, and at the weekends it was like, it was madness. From Friday night to Sunday morning, we were out partying, but just having a good time. Life was going really well, and I moved into my 20s. Still excelling in all these different areas and feeling really good about myself. And then I turned 25 years old, and then something seemed to change. It was so weird. It was so unusual. I started experiencing these low bouts of sadness. I really recognized those because it wasn't usual for me. I was confident, outgoing, upbeat, had a good vibe about me. And so this really was different. So I sat with it for a little while and tried to work out what was going on. I was quite self-aware at that time, 25 years old, so a fully grown man, and an engineer. We're problem solvers, right? So I thought something has changed. What is it? And then I recognized that, damn it, it's the abuse, it's back. Now, remember, I finished at 10 years old. I'm now 25 years old. In all of that time, I hadn't really ever completely forgotten about it. Something would come up on the news that would remind me of it, but would trigger a memory, and that memory would come on strong, but I kind of just like push it away and just continue my life. Like, I'm a young man, like I don't want to address that. So maybe my brain was even just cleverly doing that for me. But this was different. So I thought to myself, it was so intense. The feelings were so intense when I accepted that it was the abuse and it was back. And I thought to myself, right, what am I going to do about this? And I thought, I'll just push these memories away every time they come on strong because they need to go away. And we've been good all of this time. So I try, and I keep trying, and I keep trying, and I keep trying, and I just am not getting anywhere. I end up getting to 27 years old. The memories still haven't gone anywhere. The memories are still causing me trouble. In fact, they're growing in intensity, and these memories turned into severe flashbacks, which then ended up turning into night terrors. And the night terrors was what made me scared.
Yeah.
Because they're out of your control. I look back at it now and I think my brain was telling me, like you need to deal with this. It's almost like a signal. It's almost like a message, because the night terror was me laying in my bed, paralyzed, so I couldn't move, and him walking through the door, and him taking more steps towards my bed, and me shouting louder and louder in my dream because I recognized it was a dream, and then waking myself up. And that's pretty intense.
Yeah.
And that was probably the stage in my life where I knew I was in trouble. Like, I couldn't handle this alone anymore. I needed to do something about this. And remember, I still hadn't spoken to anybody about it, and an idea came into my head that you should speak to someone about it. Now, I wasn't following anybody that spoke about this on social media. Abuse or vulnerability wasn't a conversation in my friendship group. That wasn't what we were like. I don't know where this idea came from, but it was an idea that it just felt strong. It made me feel strong thinking about it. So I thought that this is what I should try and do. Who was I going to tell? I had a couple of mates that I had met in primary school. As I mentioned at the start of my story, that new primary school that went so well, that first day where I met those set of boys, a few of them I still knew at this time. So that was nearly 20 years later. So I had people that I could trust.
Yeah.
And I tried to tell the story. I tried to tell a friend. Maybe I was in the pub and we're sharing a drink, we're having a drink together, and just in my head, I'm like, just tell him. Just say it. And we're having a conversation about something completely different. But in my head, I'm not really in that conversation. I'm just attending to it. And the voice inside me is like, just say the words. Just say it. I just couldn't do it. And I just remember I would get home that night, and after the intense, like, nearly doing it was over and I was on my own, I was like, why didn't you just say it? What's wrong? I was scared. What's going to happen when I say something? I've never talked this out loud before. It's only ever been in my head. How's my mate going to react? Once I've said something, there's no going back. Like, it's out. What do I do after I've said something? They're all unknowns. But it's not just the fear around it, it's the embarrassment. And it's so weird. I don't use the word shame because that doesn't suit for me. It's like, as a man, you're embarrassed. You're embarrassed because another man did those things to you. And of course, we know I was a child, so it wasn't my fault. Of course, we know that. But you got tricked. You got manipulated. You got exploited. It feels weak. But I knew I needed to keep trying to say something. So I was in various situations after that. Maybe 3 months later, I'd think about doing it again, and then I couldn't. And then a month later, I'd think about doing it again, and I couldn't. But eventually, I managed to do it, and that was to a friend called Luke, and that was an intense moment. I just remember sitting him down and going straight in and saying, mate, you are never going to believe what happened to me when I was younger. And that is a true statement, because he literally had known me. Let's say I was 28 by then. I got into my new primary school when I was 7 to 8, so 20 years. So we'd known each other through being kids and having teddy bears, to first girlfriends, to first teenage years, to young men. And he was like, what are you going on about? And I told him, and he showed me all the emotions. he was frustrated, he was angry at himself for not recognizing it or asking the right questions. He was obviously angry at the man that did this. He was he just showed this. He just really gave me great feedback in being real and raw, and giving me my space to talk. He didn't interrupt me. He didn't question me. He just listened, and it was probably one of the most pivotal moments of my life. I know not everybody's so lucky in their first her first disclosure, the response that they get. Now, I stayed round his that night. We were out right when I told him. And I remember the next morning waking up and saying to him, mate, you know what we talked about yesterday? I can't believe how good I feel. Like, I feel stronger. I feel lighter. I feel like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. And he said, obviously, that's amazing. And that if I need to tell anybody about it again, that he'll be there for me if I want him to come along. And if like just anything that I need to do around this, he'll be there for me. So my life had this new energy about it. I just put all of this into my career, and I felt like what had happened to me in the past was now dealt with. And so I started getting these new goals for my career aspirations. I was a really skillful aerospace engineer by that point. And one of my colleagues that had taught me in my apprenticeship, so he was senior to me, I remember messaging him on LinkedIn and asking him where he'd gone. And he said to me, you are never going to believe it. I've managed to get a job at McLaren Mercedes Formula One team, which was the team that Lewis Hamilton was driving for at the time. And I was like, what do you mean? Like, I didn't realize that was possible for us. And he said, aerospace industry is one of the top tier engineering industries within engineering. So if you become really skillful as an aircraft engineer, you can pretty much go wherever you want. And I couldn't think of anything better than being involved in the Formula One team, designing their race cars, and watching the Grand Prix on a Sunday and cheering for the team that you helped design that car. I set that as my goal and started working late into every night learning about race cars and Formula One. I was engrossed in that. But as the months went on, maybe 6 months later, I felt this urge to tell another person. And so I told another friend, but I would tell him, this second person, in more detail about actually what happened, which was also pushing me to really face the memories. And it felt good again after I told him. So then it seemed like 3 months later, like a little bit shorter period, I felt the urge to tell another person. And I kept doing this until I told all of my close mates. And then they all knew. It's almost like I was overpowering the story through that process instead of it overpowering me. Now, alongside this, in my career and life, I was really working hard at this dream of Formula One. I managed to get a job at Jaguar Land Rover in Coventry, and I was selected to design the new parts on their new Range Rover models. So this was a great move. I continued moving that momentum on that side of my life, but now the other side of my life was kind of knocking at my door too. And I wanted to keep telling people, and I ended up breaking out of my friendship circle and telling my friends what girlfriends or their wives. So if you think about that, that's the first. It's like the next boundary of people. Yeah, and that was. Again, you know, when I told you that I told Luke for the first time, that feeling that I got that feeling again when I was breaking out into the next circle. But again, I felt good. And then I even started telling the parents of the friends that knew me in all of this time. And when I told the parents of my friends who knew me when I was 8 years old, I said to them, now that you know what happened to me, in hindsight, when you look back, at 8-year-old Jeremy, could you see that I was showing any signs? And they all said, no. Even with the beauty of hindsight, they all said, you would have been one of the last people that we picked. You weren't giving us any indication that something that intense or horrific would have been going on behind closed doors for you. So I was doing all of this, releasing this, telling more people, getting interested in understanding the story. But I was running my career too, running them both alongside each other. And I continued pursuing this dream. And I ended up working for McLaren Supercars in Woking, which was a great job. And I ended up designing a limited edition vehicle for them called Speedtail, which was industry breaking. It like revolutionized certain parts of that industry. 107 of those vehicles were made in total, all sold at 2 million each. And that made me feel really good and confident. And I was selected to design the carbon fiber parts, the hybrid system, and the crash structure. So it was technical, and I was working with like the best engineers. I felt like this was one step away from this dream of Formula One. And then the next morning, I wake up to an email in my inbox from Red Bull Racing, and they wanted to see whether I would be suitable for their design team. So this was everything that I'd been working towards. But in the other side of my life, through speaking and speaking and speaking, I'd become so interested in what was going on out there. So I started searching, who else has this happened to?
Yeah.
And I found chat rooms, thousands upon literally thousands of people writing their stories. I found TikTok accounts, I found Instagram accounts that were dedicated to people sharing their stories. And I started reading through them, and I literally couldn't believe how many other people had been through something like me. It just hit me like a ton of bricks. So that was alongside this interview opportunity that I had for Red Bull Racing. And throughout my career, I was so, workaholic is probably the word. And I'd prepare for every interview, like over prepare for every interview, every question they could ask me, thinking about every possible answer I needed to give the best interview of my career. This was my big one shot. This was my big shot.
Yeah.
Right? But through reading these chat rooms, I wasn't doing any of that. My attention started to be drawn towards this subject. And so I ended up not doing any prep for the Red Bull interview. And I went, and like, needless to say, I didn't get the job. But I didn't care anymore by this point, because I'd come across a story from an 80-year-old woman.
Oh, it wouldn't be that AI initially picks up newspaper reports, would it, Mr. Pip? And you've seen us then, what's the word? Not acquiring, supplying, I suppose, something, whatever the word is, with the actual documentation subsequent. I think that's the word, after the fraud court ruling and newspaper reports, and it says this is astounding. This changes everything. Absolutely. There was required a reinvestigation, and that's not even going into what is, we don't need a police record of it being a cover-up. That's just a bonus in the process of things in regards to, we're just getting this done with. Exactly. It's just the testimony. It's just straight back to the initial evidence of why did they do a strategy meeting with the head teacher, who is named as having a birthmark, in the mole, the 5p size mole on the school nurse, Miss Marden, and the birthmark, the red birthmark around her pubenda, her vaginal area, on the head teacher. They did a strategy meeting with. Hey Pip, so you're just a mug anyway. You're just so ridiculous, and you just spout out things like you're so overconfident. But why would you spend every working hour to be here to try and destroy our existence? Because you know that we are going to rescue you from your torment and your perpetual the disease that you wake up into every day. We're going to do what we can to heal this from the planet. We're going to eradicate this disease, this perpetuating abuse, entitlement, and just really sad. Clearly butthurt that even AI knows you're a bullshitter. Yeah, suppose you maybe that your might fit in that circumstance just for your age. Will give you that your, but no, it's not the right your. But just the desperation for years. Why can't you just face that the law would help you if you've been through something as a child and you got involved in this? However you got involved, even if you got involved by just searching on some naughty websites as you got older, something made you perverted, there will always be grace and understanding for those that come forward and try to, it's not even just try, it's maybe your lives would be at risk, but that's something that you should be doing for your souls, is to save for your own self, just the respect of your own heart. If you don't believe in souls, just for the respect of yourselves as an individual. Still spelling it like cushions. Delicious cushions. Yeah. Should we tell him what extra letter is in there? And then Lyndon calls it deletions. DELESION. Deletions. Yeah, no, Kay doesn't care about your feelings. She's got no reason to care about your feelings right now. We've got to get the job done. We've got to rescue children. Yeah. I'll leave this comment up for a while. It's very powerful.
And even as I tell this always breaks my heart. She spoke about how she was sexually abused as a child and this subject. And so I ended up not doing any prep for the Red Bull interview. And I went and, needless to say, I didn't get the job. But I didn't care anymore by this point, because I'd come across a story from an 80-year-old woman. And even as I tell this always breaks my heart. She spoke about how she was sexually abused as a child, and she never told anybody, none of her family, nobody that she knew. She only really came out in her elderly years, because she came from an era where you could not speak about this, even if you wanted to. You were silenced. And she said how much it had hindered her life in so many different ways. And I felt so sad for her. And I thought to myself, you know what? I come from an era where you can speak about this, right? I come from an era where this is better received. And, I've had this incredible journey. Maybe I was around 30 years old by this point. I spoke out for the first time at 27. So 3 years I've been speaking on and off about this and had this incredible response, positive response in myself too. I thought, I've got an opportunity here. And I thought, I should try and do something good with my story. Now, what that was, I wasn't sure at that point, but I thought I should take my story public. Now, at that point, so coincidentally, it's funny how life works out. I'd been to an open mic night in London, and I was so impressed by this open mic night. It was kind of like a poetry storytelling open mic night, and the audience was so supportive, and it was just like nothing I'd seen before. And I thought, you know what I could do? I could go around open mic nights telling my story. That would be how I could get it out into the public. Now, when I spoke to a couple of friends about this, they were like, you are crazy. Like, this is going to be the most intense thing you've ever done. But I felt like I was ready for it. I didn't get the job at Red Bull Racing because I didn't prepare enough. I'd finished the project at McLaren, and I decided that I wanted to go all in on this.
Yeah.
So I ended up selling everything that I had. I got all my money together. I had some really great savings from my career because I was being paid well, earning more than what I was spending. And I thought, you know what? I'm probably just going to use this money for a little while I'm not working and speak at as many open mic nights as I possibly can. And so that's what I began doing. Now, this was a crazy journey. I spoke at over 60 open mic nights over the couple of years. Some went brilliantly because they were spoken word open mic nights, poetry open mic nights, where you had rows of seats, people watching the performer, everybody was silent. And these would go really well. Everybody was hugely supportive. And what I was doing was I was seeing people's reaction. I was kind of understanding. This is what, when I look back at it now, what I feel the process that I was going through was. I was trying to gauge, like, where's the limits with people? And you could see some people couldn't take it. They were looking down, or some people were so engrossed, and you could see those moments. So every time I would speak at another open mic night, I'd tailor for the next one. But some nights went so terribly because I was at places where I shouldn't have been. I was so like, I don't care where I go, I want to speak. And so even if the open mic night that was near me at that time was a pub, which was mostly music, people having a drink and people chatting, I'd still go. And I should never have gone, right? Because I got some pretty bad audience reactions. So I had one pub cut my microphone halfway through and say, no more, no more. And like, I'm then standing there on stage, like with a microphone, and everyone else is just staring back at me. And I've got to put my microphone back on the stand and just go and sit down. Now, for that particular event I'm talking to, that was bad of them because I wrote to them before and said, look, I've got this storytelling piece. I know your music and you have the odd comedian, but can I still come? And they said, yeah. So they should have never cut my microphone halfway through, but it showed me where the limits were. There was another open mic night where, oh my goodness, I mean, I can make a short film about this particular scene. It was in Peckham, and like, I should have never been there, right? And I was last on the list, so I was at 11:30, and people were drunk, and people were, and I was like, I should just go home. And I was like, no, you've got to speak at every audience. Like, this is building your skill level. So I started speaking, and I could see there was some commotion going on in the audience in the corner, but you know, I was so new to this, I had to really focus on my lines. And then one guy stood up and he shouted out, don't you know this is nighttime entertainment? And you come here talking about kids getting touched? Get off the stage. And I'm like, I just didn't know what to do. And then another member of the audience stood up and shouted at him and said, well, if we can't talk about it now, when can we talk about it? Which was a valid point. And then another member of this huge commotion started. And I decided, I don't need this. Like, I'm out of here. So I just picked up my bag, put my microphone back on the stand and walked out. So that was one hell of a journey. Now, within all of this, as I was doing this, it must have been probably an 18-month period before COVID hit. And that's what stopped it. I was continuing talking to my friends, and they were really worried about me because I'd left this luxurious, high-flying career where life was really good. I was now sleeping at friends and family's houses. I had full support from those people. I had like 6 spare keys, 6 keys of people's houses where people have been like, go do your thing, like stay here whenever you want. So I was staying in Birmingham, actually. I had a place in Coventry, down in Surrey, down in Brighton, one in the centre of London. So I'd move around every 10 days to not outstay my welcome anywhere. And then I'd hit all the open mics in that local area. But I was using all my money. Like, I didn't have an income. I was spending all of my life savings. And people, you know, my friends were worried about it. My family were worried about it initially. And I just said to them, look, I've just got this idea that I can really do something about this. But in all the conversations that were going on, my friends and me started talking about the man that did this. Where was he now? Was he doing it to more children? 2 questions that I really started thinking about deeply. And I thought to myself, you know what? I need to find out where he is, who he is, and I need to confront him with this and say to him, if you are doing this to more children, you need to stop, at the very least.
Yeah.
So how was I going to find him? I had his name, right? Now, my parents didn't know about any of this at this point. Okay, I'm at the start. I've just left my job. I've told them that I'm going to take a little break, right? So I've given them a story that isn't the truth. So I start searching for this man online, and I literally can't find him anywhere. But what I did manage to do was find his wife, and his wife was posting on Twitter, and his wife worked in a primary school and was posting the school that she worked at. So I had a location from that primary school, and I knew this man was a nurse. So, and look, as I tell this story, I think back to what my brain was doing at this time, and it feels a little bit dangerous. It feels a little bit out of control, but it wasn't out of control at the time. But you can really start seeing how sexual abuse affects different people in different ways. Because we could say, I've had a fortunate journey through this, right? I buried it, I boxed it up, I didn't think about it, I had good friends, got on well at school, got this incredible apprenticeship that kept me focused, had this career ambition, was a young, ambitious man, confident. That's like a fortunate journey, but look how it never left me, and was still causing me disruption, because I had a location of the primary school that his wife was working at. And I thought, well, maybe it's quite possible that he works at a hospital near there.
Yeah.
Like that's my first go-to. So I got in my car and I located all the hospitals and started walking into the hospitals and making some story up that I was his cousin, and that I was trying to reconnect with him. And I thought in my head before I did that, that's going to, like, somebody's going to be like, oh yeah, we know him, he's Dr. blah blah blah, he works here, or that's what how I thought it would go. It obviously didn't go like that. Like the receptionists were like, yes, okay, have you got any documentation? Obviously GDPR is never going to allow for this situation. So after going into like 6-7 hospitals, I get back in my car and I'm driving home, and I am devastated, because I honestly thought I could get in front of him at his workplace, so he can't run, and he's like stuck there, yeah. And I just felt I felt like my heart had been ripped out, that this didn't work, because now I had nowhere to go. How am I going to get in front of him? So in that moment driving home, I actually ended up pulling a U-turn, and I thought, well, I'll just go to his wife's school. Now, that's no good. And I ended up going to his wife's school, and I ended up speaking with her and telling her who I am, and telling her that the police have been called and that I need him to come and speak with me. Now, when I say the police have been called, in all of this drama that was going on in my life, I had actually decided to call the police and report the crime. And that was an ordeal in itself, because actually putting it official and reporting the crime was not an easy decision for me to make. And now you can see where the chaos is, because I'm trying to find him and confront him, but I've also told the police now. So I'm kind of conflicting interest here. So I needed to calm down. I really did. But I was so driven to get this thing sorted out. And the police investigation started. They took my statement. They were excellent. Like they were so supportive with taking my statement on board. The statement took 3 hours to get through. I'd never been in that much detail before. They needed to know everything, because this thing happened in the 90s, right? There's no record of, like, there's no electronic communication. There's no loads of photographs on a mobile phone. There's none of that. So they're asking me things like, Do you remember what you were wearing at the time of a certain abuse? Did he ever, did he have any birthmarks? Did he ever have any scars that you remember of? It's almost like we weren't really getting anywhere, but we really delved into the depths of what happened. It was quite scary, actually, but it was okay. I'd been speaking about it for some time by this point, and the investigation continued, and I've now confronted his wife, saying he has to come and, you know, he has to come forward with this. But we just weren't getting anywhere, and the police investigation was looking weak. The police needed to know more things. How often was he round? How did he used to get round? Those types of information. And I didn't know those answers. And the only people that knew the answers to those questions was the man that did it, but my dad. And like, I never wanted my dad to find out what had happened. There's no good that's going to come out of that. He's only going to blame himself for what happened. He's only going to feel the most hurt a parent could ever feel for all of that going on under his own roof and him not recognizing. He will also, as a man, feel an emotion where he was exploited and groomed and taken advantage of. How dare this man do that to him, his family, and his son? But we needed him in the police investigation. Oh, God. So I needed to tell him about it. I drove to his house. He answered the door. Oh, bless him. He answered the door with a smile. He used to love sitting at the kitchen table talking about what each other have got going on. You know, I'm a 30-year-old man by this point. We're talking as men now. And I went straight in. And I said to him, Dad, you're just about to hear the most difficult thing you've ever heard. And I told him. Now, he pulled a face that I'd never seen before. Shock. Almost like, I can't believe it. And just a rush of, it must have been like a rush of something that was uncontrollable, because he ended up, he started like rocking back and forth uncontrollably, and he just let out this scream that I will never forget, that piercing scream. Now, I decided that I should tell my mum too. So I drove to her house, and the same thing happened. That exact, it was the exact same scream from my mum too. Now, the police had enough information to continue. I could now speak to my parents about like all of this sabbatical that I was taking, that I was just taking a break from work. No, I told them what I was doing. That made them so worried and so concerned. I continued with this open mic thing. I then started investing all my savings into creating videos and films, because I wanted to try to communicate like what had happened and show people like visually what had happened. So on the open mic scene, it's so creative. Like spoken word open mic nights are full of creatives. Yeah. So people started to know me on the scene and say, look, I could help you create, turn that piece into like some visuals. And I was like, yeah, definitely. So I'm paying people, spending all of my money, and people were like, what are you going to do about this? And I was like, I don't know. Stop asking me. Right. I just know I can create something that's useful.
Yeah.
The investigation went on for about 9 months to a year approximately, and they came back to me and they said that things weren't looking good. They actually ended up having to close the case. Right? Now, they closed the case because there's not enough evidence. Now, and that's because there isn't any evidence. And I'm angry about that. I remember getting the phone call. I was actually in a shopping centre, and like, again, my heart felt like it had been ripped out, because now where do I go with this man? Now we can't answer that question of, is he still doing it to more children? Nothing can be done about him. But we wouldn't want the justice system any other way. We wouldn't want people being criminalised because somebody said something about them, which is essentially my situation, right? Because I don't have any evidence. We just have to accept that. So I continue with this. I've got this fire in my belly now. Like I'm writing social media posts. Like I don't care about the boundaries. I don't care about how explicit I'm being. I'm like releasing my anger in now what was called my work. But I still had, I was still furious. But I think looking back at it, I was furious because I feel like when I called him out, he should have been man enough to admit it. Right. I was furious that his wife had given testimony again, supporting him in the whole police investigation. And she's in a complicated position because she's been married to him for like 20 years. They've got kids. Like someone turns up at her door and starts saying this thing about him. Okay. I suppose, of course, she's going to stick by her husband. So I'm speaking to my mates about it, and they're like, "You got to let it go, right? You tried everything, yeah. You went through the proper channels, right? You even tried to find him. You even tried to speak to him face to face, and you've got to let that go." Right, because that is no good is going to come out of what that anger that you've still got. But one friend said to me, like, "What is it that you actually want?" And I said, "I want to confront him to his face. Like, I want to speak to him about everything that happened. I want to say to him what he did will never be forgotten, and that if he's still doing it to more children, that he better stop, because we're not standing for this anymore." Oh my goodness, they were all like, "Don't do this. Like, whatever you do, do not do this. This is a bad decision because you don't know how you're going to behave if you ever get in front of him. Like, you could completely lose it and get violent just as a one idea, right? You don't know. Don't do this." And I replied, and this is what gave me confidence that I should do this. And I replied saying, "You know what? If I ever got in front of him, I would be so surprised if I lost my cool." Now, I'm 32 years old by this point. I spoke out for the first time when I was 27. So we're 5 years along, right? So it's not like the rawness of it, the confidence around it, I felt a lot more stable around it. So maybe that's where that came from. And so here's where I make some bad decisions that I'm definitely not proud of. But I did what I did because I decided that I wanted to find out where he lived. I did search on the internet again. I didn't get anywhere with that, trying to find his address. But I thought to myself that the only way that I can find out where he lived is to wait outside his wife's work and follow her home. I don't like this part of my story because that's not cool. We give her the benefit of the doubt that she's innocent in all of this. But it's what I did. I parked outside her work and I waited until she came out and I followed her home. And she let herself into the house. There was already lights on. There was already a car there. And I decided to walk up to the door and knock. The porch light came on. Before I walked up to the door, I put my mobile phone on voice record. And when I think about that decision, I think that means how confident I was that I wouldn't lose my cool. I was there for a reason. And the reason was to speak to this man. Someone's unlocking the door from inside. The door opens and it's him. And he literally couldn't believe it. And nor could I. He went to slam the door shut, but I managed to hold it open and get my foot in front of it. And what I did was I put my toe was against the door, and my heel was against the threshold, and I had chunky Vans on. So he's trying to slam the door shut, but it's not going anywhere. I'm now in a position of power. And I start telling him everything that I always wanted to say to him. I start saying, who the hell do you think you are? Why were you doing that to me? What was turning you on about an 8-year-old? Why were you doing X, Y, Z? And I started becoming really explicit about it. And he started getting really angry and trying to shout over me. He asked his wife to get a knife. And it just feels so dangerous when I talk about this part of the situation, because what was I thinking at that moment? And that is, I don't care if you get a knife. I had the power in that situation, and I wasn't going to go back to him being in the power. Thankfully, his wife said, don't be so stupid. I am not doing that. But if he had got the knife, would I have moved? I honestly don't think I would have. And that could have got fatal. The conversation continued. His wife is now in the background calling the police.
When you say conversation, was he engaging with you, like kind of denying your allegations?
Yes.
Or...
Yeah. So in the conversation, he was saying, you're lying, you don't know what you're talking about, you're delusional, I didn't do anything like that, get out of my house, you've got your foot in my door, etc. So it wasn't a calm conversation. He was panicking, but I was just remaining calm, which is in the recording as well, which was on my mobile phone. So as I mentioned, the police are called. I finished saying everything that I want to say to him. I'd like really exhausted it. And then I said, all right, well, where are the police? And he said, they're coming. So I said, I'll wait up the top of the drive. So I wait there. 3 police cars come screaming around the corner. I wave them in. Blue lights, sirens, the lot. And they come for me. And they come for me with an aggression, because it must have sounded like I had them at gunpoint on the phone. And they say to me, can you tell me what you're doing here? And I said, yes. That's the man that sexually abused me, and I've come to speak to him about it. And it honestly just changed everything, because that's not anyone's, lullaby. Like no one's using that one, right? That's obviously the truth. So they went and interviewed him and his wife. They then come and interviewed me, and then they said to me, they literally said, we're so sorry, but him and his wife have decided to press charges against you. So we've got to arrest you. So they handcuffed me, emptied my pocket, saw the phone, and they were like, what's this? And I said, oh, I've recorded the whole thing for you. Just press stop on the voice record, and then you can use it as evidence. So, like, it's like, like they're like, okay, this is a bit not usually what we're used to. So I'm put in the back of the police car and taken to the station. I spend the night in the cell. I'm looking up at the ceiling, like they take my shoelaces out, the full works, right? And I'm looking up at the ceiling and I'm thinking, this isn't exactly where I thought I'd be. This isn't a good situation whatsoever. But thankfully he didn't get the knife. Thankfully he didn't slam the door in my face, because I don't know how I would have taken that if I didn't get my chance to actually speak to him. And I got to say everything that I always wanted to say to him, including, if you are still doing this, you better stop. So, okay, I'm just going to have to take the consequences. Now, I had to give, obviously, police interviewed me, and I was released the next morning, and then I was summoned to magistrate's court. And I was being done for, the charges were stalking, harassment, and assault. Now, the assault came from the red mark that I left in his chest when I pushed the door open and it hit him. The stalking was because of me following his wife home from work, and the harassment was all the contact I'd made with them. This was over COVID, so court kept getting adjourned. I had to go a couple of times, and then they had to dismiss it because they didn't have the right evidence. And some people would say, this must have been like literally the most traumatic time with this hanging over your head. But it wasn't. And that's because I was doing such positive things with my videos and social media, helping people, encouraging people, telling them about this story and doing good. So I think that balanced it out. It gave me a focus away from this court hearing that was over my head.
Yeah.
Now, eventually, we got our day in magistrate's court. the day was crazy. My solicitor said that, like, if you get done for the stalking and harassment, you're looking at 6 months in prison, which was a terrible start to my day. But the day started with the 3 judges really looking at me like I was a criminal. Like they're just constantly seeing people who have broken the law, right? And his wife was first to be questioned in the dock. She had the curtain past her and she sounded terrified. Like she don't want any of, if she is innocent in these circles, she don't need any of this in her life.
Yeah.
Right? And she gave her testimony. If I could find out for sure that she's innocent in all of this and she's not covering up for him, she's not supporting him even though she knows he's guilty, if I could prove that for sure, I would love to say I'm sorry to her. I really would. And I would love to say I'm sorry for what I did. Right? I should have never done that. And I would tell her and try to explain to her my reasoning or the emotions that I felt that led me to those decisions.
Yeah.
He then was in the dark and got questioned. He crumbled. And I was like 10 meters away from him. He didn't look at me once. And I was sitting there while he was crumbling under the questioning, thinking, you've got to do better than this. This is like, you got to bring your A game. This is like the most important day of your life. And you're like stuttering around. And, you know, the judge was like, the judge mentioned at the start of the day, we are not here to talk about the case that's already been investigated and closed, meaning the sexual abuse allegation, right?
Yeah.
We're not here to discuss that. We're here to talk about you confronting this man at his door. But they asked this man, can you just for context tell us why this Jeremy was at your door? Of course, he can't answer that because then he's exposing himself. So he's like, I don't want to speak about that, he's saying. And the judge is like, well, it's okay. Like, you know, we go through many cases of different variety in this. Nothing's shocking in this room. He just fell over, which gave me the confidence to stand in the dock. And like, I answered the question. I'm probably a bit too bolshy, actually. Like, I answered the questions like with strength because I wasn't just standing there for me. I felt like I was standing there for every single person that will never, ever be able to stand opposite the person that abused them in this way. Because again, I had the power. The tables had completely turned from when I was a child. When I was a child, he had the power over me, and now I had the power over him. When the day finished, it was like the trial lasted a day, and the verdict was not guilty for the stalking and harassment, thankfully, but guilty for the assault. And I was given £1,000 fine, a restraining order from that particular part of the country. I couldn't be seen there for 2 years, and if I ever contacted him again, I would be in big trouble. And so I left the court. I now have criminal record. Not cool, not good. It's now on my DBS check. So when I go and speak in these schools, I have to explain that every time. So it's not cool. I kind of call it a mistake because I made many mistakes along the way. But I have to be at peace now. I did every single thing I could with regards to this man. I don't think as a society, we should be at peace, though, because there's still a man out there. We don't know what he's doing. So that should keep us up at night.
How did you feel being in court, being charged for something against the person that actually hurt you and they were never charged for it?
You just can't believe the irony in it, can you? You can't believe that twist in the story. Like, it is, even when I reflect on it now, I think it's madness.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm angry that the fact that the prosecution came this way and the fact that actually I tried to prosecute him, but there wasn't enough evidence to get him into court. We understand the realities of that, but he managed to get me into court immediately.
Yeah.
And the medicine or the calmness comes because I had my power over him throughout the whole court day. Right. And I'm confident in saying I have successfully sent a shiver up his spine, right? That if he's still doing this, he's at least thinking twice about it, right? Whatever he's doing online, whatever he does in his job, if he's still offending against children, which, you know, statistics show us that it's possible that he is, at least me confronting him sent a shiver up his spine and let him know that, like, we're not standing for this anymore. And now I just continue with my work. I support my family in the ways that I can because they feel the pain through this too. The final part of my story that I want to explain to just give everybody an idea of the intensity is my father passed away through all of this. He actually died at the same breakfast table that I told him about it for the first time. That was about 2 years later. We only ever spoke about it twice. The time I told him and the time he had to give his statement to the police. Looking back at it now, he died in February 2022. I look back at it now and I'm like, I wish I helped him more through it. And of course, I know it's not my fault. And, I did everything that I could, the best I could. But maybe he just couldn't take the pain of a conversation around it. So maybe it was the best how it turned out. But he actually ended up having a heart attack in the same chair. And he didn't lift his head from the day that I told him. He couldn't recover. He was already had lots of troubles in his own mind. I'm not saying that this was the thing that led to the heart attack. But now that I'm a father myself, I know that this would have been one of the major things, right? Because I can now start to appreciate how much pain this would have caused him. We continue moving forward. We continue trying to inspire and empower other people that have been through this. We're trying to write a strong narrative. We're trying to change the laws. We're trying to change the way the justice system works now. I run platforms where I'm trying to really open the conversation about this topic, break down the stigmas, break down the taboos, because we don't need that anymore. It doesn't serve a purpose. We need to open this conversation. That's why I speak to young people in schools. That's why I do deliver training to teachers. And my overall mission is to get this subject onto everybody's table. And I'm not going to stop until it's complete.
There's a question I want to ask.
Yes, please. No, please.
Uncomfortable.
Please.
When you were a teenager, experiencing with the opposite sex, etc., did you being sexually assaulted by a man confuse you in your sexuality at all?
So during my young teenage years, when I started getting with girls, there was never any confusion about sexuality or even making a link that could have changed me, what happened to me when I was a child. So that wasn't even a consideration anywhere near my brain. But in my mid-20s, I started thinking about this when I was 25. When I actually started speaking about this when I was 27, I started going through a very dark time of thinking, has it changed me? Has it made me gay? Was I always gay anyway, but that was just a situation that happened? Did it plant some kind of seed? Have I been ignoring something that's like, it was so dark. That was such a dark time. And I didn't speak to anybody about it, even though I was speaking about the abuse at this point. So I was like strong and confident in these moments, but that I didn't speak to anybody about because it was really scary. It was like really scary. Like, what's my life been about? Now, I know a lot of people will be interested, well, what was the result of that? Well, I'm married, I have a wife, we have a family, and that would have been something that my brain was doing, trying to work out what went on, because I mentioned during the abuse, I was getting positive feedback, getting sensations, and it would have, I know that is not an uncommon thought process for a man to go through who has been sexually abused by another man.
As someone of a victim of sexual abuse by an older adult, what is it that you would tell parents or guardians? What is your go-to when you would say, don't do this, don't do that with your children in order to protect them from predators?
I want to encourage every parent to open a conversation with the young people in their home. It hasn't got to be a scary conversation, and it hasn't got to be orientated around any kind of sexual conversation, even that. It's about educating young people that if they ever feel uncomfortable with anything that's going on with them, with someone in their life, or something that's going on with them online, a situation that they feel that they're in that they can't get out of, or a situation that's giving them red flags, please come and speak to us about it. And you won't be in trouble about it. That's like the baseline conversation, because if we can get young people to feel confident to speak to their parents about something that they feel uneasy about, then we can stop things before it goes too far. But also we want to let young people know that if parents aren't somebody that you can speak to, which will be a lot of situations, then you've got teachers who are highly trained in this, right? You've got great charities online like Childline, NSPCC. We want young people to feel like they can reach out. But when we start talking about prepubescent ages, so before teenage years, right, we want to let them know what the rules are around their personal space. Right. So it hasn't got to be about private areas. It hasn't got to be about genitals. They have a personal space, and sometimes they may feel a little bit uncomfortable with someone around that. That's fine. No problem. Come and speak to us about it. Right. We're here to help you. We're here to support you. A lot of people are worried about the conversation prepubescent ages. It's not a scary conversation. We're not ruining anybody's innocence. We're just giving young people the tools that they need to navigate the world that they live in, especially as they're all on the internet. Right, simple education. Now, obviously, as a 13-year-old, a 15-year-old, a 17-year-old, the conversation advances and evolves, and we talk to them about more specifics. But the youth and children need to know the rules, what's allowed and what isn't allowed, and where they can go if they suspect anything, and that they won't be in trouble if they come forward, and we are here to help them.
Thank you. Thank you for coming down to the stool today. We really appreciate it. Just let the people know where they can find you, if they want to book you or anything like that.
Great. So I'm on all social media platforms under Jeremy Indica, all the usual social media platforms, including YouTube, and I have a podcast as well. And I also run a movement called Something to Say, which you can find under Something to Say Official. And if you want to dive more deeper into my work, my website's jeremyindica.com.
Thank you very much. That's a wrap.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh,
Okay.
thank you.
Here's that Danielle when she's not dressed up in her her presentation style on her own video, which is this.
Hello, my fellow concerned friends. Today, I want to talk about intrafamilial child torture because
and yeah, she's great detail about so much. It's really it's just so good. All these details are coming out and getting dealt with. 1.8 million views in 1 year. Quite profound. But I wanted to show you this lady. It's amazing. She really explains how it's only money that got her voice heard, and she's now, because she she had shoplifted over £30 million. Which one was it? Was the that was it? And that was only from
turning you
a couple of that one's got 144 likes now. Excellent. I've saved this in my work folder. I've downloaded the stream with the lady before Courtney, because that one we really need to get uncovered. And say this. That's fun.
I have injected everywhere. Checking out.
So she ended up getting on heroin at like 12, 13 years old, smoking it by this mean person who she thought was somebody who was just a groomer, that obviously people fall into these traps, and it's just so. And then the lack of help, she explains so much
You are
so
going
well.
to overdose again. Spent 29 years on drugs. And when you've stood in the mirror, had a 1 mil needle hanging down the side of your nose because you're waiting for the swelling in your head to go down before you push a bit more in, you've hit rock bottom. Keely. Hi. How are you? I'm very glad to be here. Good, that's good. So we're not going to waste any time. Let's just straight into it. Tell me about your childhood, how you grew up, where you grew up. I was originally from Telford. My grandparents brought me up.
Oh yeah, this was the point as well. So she was from Telford, and I'm going to contact her, or I'm going to speak to you, Kaylee, about maybe you'd be better off contacting her as a contact. And her name's Keely, as spelt with a K. Sorry, spelt with two E's, and yours is Kaylee. Obviously, you know your own name. Everyone that knows your name knows your name. But Keely, yeah, this is Keely, and Keeley, and she was in Telford, and she ended up on heroin at 12, 13 years old in Telford, so which is where I believe Lyndon is involved with heroin. So I think it's worth listening to her story through for you, for everyone as well, right now.
My dad was doing, I think he was doing 8 years car ringing when I was a baby. I was estranged from my mum, not because she was doing anything wrong, just that's the way things were. I had a really good childhood as far as I was concerned. Travelled, went to America, all over the world, never went without anything. When I was about 12, I'd say I was a perfect child until about then. So I was a gymnast. I got sponsorship when I was little. I was looking at Mensa. Yeah, and until then, it really was perfect. When my dad got out of jail, I had contact with him. He got a new wife, and she seemed to be really, really nice. And then literally she got pregnant, and they just weren't a part of my life anymore. It was just like, my dad was like, okay, we've got a new family. We don't actually need you anymore. But to be honest, it sounds not nice, but I didn't really care. As far as I was concerned, my nan and granddad were my parents. And yeah, I hit 12 years old. I just couldn't be asked to school anymore. I was spending a lot of time. I remember I used to spend days on end in this flat. I mean, I don't remember where it is now. Just taking acid until like 4 days had be gone. And I mean, I feel so bad for my grandparents now. I was vile. I was really, really vile. I mean, I remember once, after being treated so good for so long, saying I wanted to go into care.
sitting with social services because
Saying
I
you wanted to go into
Yeah,
care.
I'm saying I wanted to go into care purely because they were trying to stop me going out and getting smashed. Yeah, I was disgusting. I sat in front of my nan, which I hate myself for now, while she was crying, telling a social worker that I wanted to go into care and I wasn't going home. And I don't know what caused it. You know, people say, oh, it was because of this or it was because of that. I haven't got a reason. That was just because all my friends were doing it.
So at 12 years old, so were you with other 12-year-olds at the time, or was anyone older?
My friends from school were there. So there was about 3 girls from my school. But then I'd say the lads were probably 16, 17. But at the time, it just felt like it was normal. And then I started to fix up a little bit. And my granddad took me to work with him. And there was this lady at work that really respectable. Then found out that her husband had been in jail and he was getting out. And she asked me, if this sounds so bizarre now when I think of it, but back then it was, she asked me if I'd stay at her house in the day so that he wouldn't take drugs and I could tell her if anything happened. Even at that age, I know you're not grass. So I was there. I mean, he was probably in his 30s. And there'd be people coming all day. And he was smoking heroin and that. But it didn't really affect me. Just these people come, they were really nice to me. And then this one guy came. He was probably, I was 13 by then. He was probably close to 21. He was constantly on me all the time. He's so pretty, so this, and I was easily impressed. Money, gold, cars, and then he just kept going on and on and on. Go out with me, go out with me, go out with me. And I know it sounds mad because now, if you saw that, it'd be a massive deal.
Yeah.
There was no grooming then. Well, there was, but no one knew what it was. There was no county lines or anything, but it still existed. I remember literally within a matter of 3 or 4 days of I'd gone out with him, we moved into his sister's house. I was so desperate not to live at home. And there was never any reason for me not to want to live at home. But I just thought I was smarter. I was that smart. I should be with people that much older than me. And I knew he was a drug dealer. So no part of me can say, oh, I didn't know.
Yeah.
But we were smoking. To me back then, if it went in a king size visit, it was a spliff. And we were smoking them. And I'd been at his house probably 2 weeks. And I was like, oh my God, I feel like shit. I can't come out today. And he was like, you're rattling. And I'd love to say I was like, what? But I wasn't. I was like, well, I can't feel like this. And I knew that one of them spliffs would fix it. And he was like, nah, if you don't inject now, once you've had a withdrawal and you're rattling, if you don't inject, it's not going to work. So I remember him cooking up. And I remember there was we had a runner that used to drive. And he was stood behind him. And all I remember him saying is, there's too much in. I didn't hear anything else. So I remember I woke up, there was paramedics everywhere. I'd had an adrenaline shot in my chest. It felt like somebody had just run me over.
Yeah.
There was police everywhere. Got took to the hospital. Again, not a lot happened. And I was in the hospital and he was saying, we need to go. We need to go because someone's going to come and start asking questions. And I was saying, I can't. Because I'd said to the doctor when he first said it, I want to go. And the doctor was saying, if you go, what we've given you is going to wear off and you are going to overdose again. Without touching anything else, it's just going to come back into your system. Because at the minute, we're giving you something every so often. It's not like now where you just have a naloxone shot. And so I remember coming out of the hospital and all the way home in the car, him saying to me, "You're fine. Stop being a baby. You're fine." And then I got back and I remember getting on the floor in the wardrobe and looking for pajamas and thinking my eyes were starting to close. And he didn't, I know now, I didn't know at the time, he did nothing. So I was on the floor with my head in the wardrobe apparently, and the runner that had come in to get more gear had seen me in the wardrobe face down, and he took me back to the hospital rather than wait for an ambulance, just sped to the hospital. Not that that made me not go back. And then obviously once I had a habit, again, it wasn't hard. I didn't realise it was such a bad thing to have a habit because the drugs were always there. We always had money. But thinking about it now, I was driving around with the runner at that age or going on my own on foot and meeting 7, 8, 9, 10 big grown men to sell them drugs at that age. And I mean, I'm not the biggest now. I was tiny then.
How old are we talking? At
I was
this age?
13 then.
13,
yeah. So like this is when I first got with him. So it's not long after my 13th birthday. I was going to Liverpool twice a week, travelling to speak on the motorway. I mean, I don't know if I'm allowed to say the man's name because he's very, very well known. I mean, it wouldn't affect him. He's in jail anyway and he ain't getting out. But if you're from Liverpool, it's a name that you know him. And I was driving up there and I remember I was picking up blocks of heroin that come in like house bricks, smashing them with a hammer until they were dusty enough so that if you drive with them, you could cut the bag out the window and whatnot. And there's so many times that, I mean, I was very lucky. There was times where I should have been looking at so long in jail. I remember, do you remember Blazing Squad? So I remember we were driving back from Liverpool and I used to stop at the same service station every time, smart, to inject in toilets, fix myself. Well, Regional Crime Squad had obviously got onto this. They'd come down from London, they'd set up this operation. But it happened to be at the same time that Blazing Squad had stopped their tour bus in the services. So all I remember is walking in and going, there's Blazing Squad, and police just coming from everywhere. Like, Blazing Squad went on like they were bad. They screamed. Literally one of them squealed. So they came from everywhere. I remember getting dragged out, and literally when we'd been, but there was a drought on. And I think I'd picked up 2 ounces of heroin, that's it. And it was purely for personal use because we needed it. And because them police were so eager, instead of taking me to a proper police station, they took me to a motorway service station for police. So there was a shower, we got there, the lights didn't work. So one had a torch, one had the flashlight on their phone, and I'm stripped off and I'm thinking I'm fucked. And they were saying, "Oh, crouch." You used to have to crouch. Show they're older. So I've crouched down. I can feel it. It's pushing out. Literally, I'm thinking, "Oh my God, it's on show blatantly." And I remember saying to me, "All right, get dressed." I was thinking, "Are you shitting me?" I've been stopped. I saw CID once, and I think I had about 4 ounces of crack. And I saw her just as she saw me, and I thought, if I run, she's gonna catch me. So I just walked up to her, and she was like, "Well, I'm assuming you haven't got nothing, being as you've walked up to me." And I was like, "Oh, feel free to check me." So there's so many times that I could have got caught. I got caught once because some guy grassed on us, and I took the blame because I was the youngest and I'd get away with it better.
Yeah.
So I got I think I got something like a conditional discharge for that. But then the man that was in charge, who I don't want to cuss because out of everyone, he did take care of me. He didn't like the fact that I was that old, but I know he could have stopped it. I know that. But he did look out for me. He went to jail. He had the money, the means to have whatever he wanted. So I was going up again every weekend. I was taking him an ounce of gear at a time, and he was getting different people to come out and collect it on the visits. And I remember going to Stafford jail, and this guy come out, and we'd been a couple of times and seen him, and he seemed safe. And literally, I heard the radios before I saw anyone move, and he was just holding it. And I was saying, give it back, give it back. And he just stood, and when they grabbed him, he just went, she gave it me. It's an ounce of gear. And I was like, what? So I got 2 years for that.
So hold on. So how old were you when you were just for the audience, because they probably don't know. So you were bringing.
I've rushed through that one.
So you were bringing drugs into the prison for.
I was doing that for a couple of years before I got caught.
So just explain to the audience, how does that work? How does that whole process work?
So when I was doing that, I was probably 15, 16 by then. You crutch it. I used to pick the stitching in my pocket, because if you wear a skirt, they know why. I'd pick the stitches in my pocket, and then when you go to the vending machines, I'd put my hand in my pocket, loose jeans, to get the money out, push my fingers through the stitching, because when they do, they just rub you down. Push my fingers through the stitching, get it out, push it up my sleeve at the vending machine, and then we'd sit, eat crisps and whatnot, and then both of you would have the same packet of crisps. Slide it out my sleeve in there, carry on eating, then both put your crisps on the table while you have a drink, and then take each other's crisps back. So then he'd have that packet in his hand to take it out and then plug it. I mean, yeah, it's not pretty.
On the visit?
On the visit, yeah.
So he's plugging the drugs on the visit?
Yeah, to take back to the guy that...
Oh, well, I'm assuming he's going to the toilet during this.
No, it's all done. Yeah, it's all done at the table. So yeah, a man, he would pull himself to the front of the seat.
Yeah.
And then literally either reach around the back of his trousers. You wait until, normally you'd have somebody, you'd wait until, there's normally always a disagreement or something, or some kids screaming. You wait till there's a little bit of noise, and then, or I'd get up and go to the vending machine so they're not watching the table as hard because there's only a prisoner there. They pull themselves to the front of the seat and either go down the front or back of the tracksuit bottoms. I mean, yeah, it's not.
Wow.
It's not nice. But yeah, I was with that guy from when I was 13 till 17. I had one little break in the middle where I got back in touch. Well, my mum heard what was going on. I don't think she knew the extent of it. She came and I went to live with my mum for a while. That didn't work out. I ended up going back. Within 2 days of being back in Telford, I was back with him. So really that entire time, I was with him. It's really hard to put everything into like a chronological order, because I've spent 29 years on drugs. So I can pinpoint I was with this person when that happened. But it's very hard to put it in order because it's been so long. It's been like more than half of my life.
Yeah.
But I remember, I mean, he was a big guy. He wasn't like some little skinny dude. He was a big geezer. I mean, everybody was terrified of him where we lived. He used to beat the shit out of me. And I remember I wouldn't cry after so long, and it used to drive him. It'd make him worse, but my pride wouldn't allow me to cry.
Yeah.
And then, I don't really care if this makes me sound like a bitch. He got some mental health issues where a form of psychosis. So he wouldn't come out of the house at all. So, but it wasn't agoraphobia. It was, he saw things, he heard things. And I mean, we'd done some bad things together that I'd never really wanted to do in the first place. I mean, the amount of firearms charges that I'd had by then as well, that I'd managed to either get away with or knew the right people that knew people to get rid of them. Again, I'm going to jump backwards because, yeah, I'd already been arrested for a sawn-off shotgun where he'd lent it to another dealer. Instead of them ringing and saying, oh, I'm going to bring it back round at 7 o'clock tonight, they rung and said, I'm at the front door.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm stood there with a sawn-off shotgun wrapped in a bin bag. Didn't want to take it in the house, so I put it in the bin cupboard. I didn't know it was bin day the next day. I was a smackhead. I didn't put my bin, do you know what I mean? So the next morning I took my dog out for a wee and I could literally see armed response peeping around all the corners, and that was a charge. We got burgled once when we'd been raided, and somebody told us it was a next door neighbours. So I went round on the night time, cried through the letterbox, saying that something had happened to him, let me in. And obviously they thought he had drugs, they would let me in anyway. And we went in with a sawn-off shotgun and a hammer, shattered this girl's jaw, beat him with this shotgun, shot their back windows out. It wasn't even them.
Oh.
Yeah, so I remember sitting in court for that, and the guy that was in charge, the one that I ended up taking things to in jail, he paid, well, he got told it cost £10,000 to make them drop charges, but it was actually 5, and the person in the middle just made a nice cut on the top. But yeah, after all that, like, he got psychosis. Our house was, we couldn't have guns in the house because we were getting raided all the time. But I mean, we lived in flats where you go out and you've got the glass balcony. They were literally strapped. The poor people downstairs had no idea that in there, so between our floor of the balcony and their roof from outside pushed in, there was guns in that bit. He would pull them on me randomly.
What, the guns?
Yeah. I mean, one day he did it, and then he dragged me downstairs to the Jeep, took me up to, it's a place called the Nedge. It's like woods, fields, and it was raining. It was really, really wet. And he was like, I'm going to kill you, and then I'm going to kill myself. And I'd managed to talk him out of all of this. But by the time I'd managed to talk him down, the Jeep was stuck in the mud. And we had to call the guy that was in charge again to come and get us. And I never told him what we were there for. We lied and said that we were looking for one of our runners had threatened to kill himself. Such a random story, but it worked. He got this psychosis where he couldn't go outside, which kind of, in my eyes, turned the power a little bit. So, I mean, I was a bitch. I'd walk out the house with all the drugs, stand at the end of, like, you know, where you come out of a flat and you're on like a balcony and there's lots. I'd stand 20 foot away from the door, and he'd be sweating and crying. And he'd be like, you've got all the gear, you've got all the gear. And I'd flick it so it landed on the floor and watch him crawl to get it and think, do you know what, how many times have you done this to me? And that's when I started to realise that I can't stay here. And it had also started to dawn on me, other people saying to me, when I'd say, oh, we've been together for years, and they'd be like, well, how old are you?
Because I, as you say that, I'm listening to you, and the audience would realise, but in this whole time, you're a child.
We'd been through the police station together, though. We got arrested together so many times, and no one ever came to me and said, why are you with a man that old? I mean, they'd say you need an appropriate adult. if he wasn't with me, he'd be allowed to come in and be my appropriate adult. There wasn't all, I mean, I'm making myself sound really old, but there wasn't all the things that there is now in place. But I started to realise when people were like, how have you been together that long if you're only that old? And I started to think, you're a nonce. Do you know what I mean? I should have gotten that a long time before, but in a way, I kind of felt like before that, I'd wanted to be in that position. I wanted to sell drugs and I wanted the gold and the money and the cars, when really I should have been doing what normal kids were doing. So I went to jail. I was in jail again for possession, and I thought, I'm not going back. So I sorted out with the prison as a young offender, sorted out going somewhere else, and they moved me to Birmingham.
So this is from Telford to Birmingham, which at that time was probably even worse.
Well, literally, I thought, oh, Birmingham sounds amazing. My habit had gone down because I'd been in jail, obviously, but I'd been on methadone the whole time. So,
that's the medication.
The replacement. So shit. So I've come out of jail. I'm still on the methadone. They've put me in this like a shared flat above the post office in Cape Hill. I mean, it was smack city. It was just a crack house above a post. Why you would put that many junkies next to a post office, I have no idea. But we were in there, and obviously I started using again. I'd lost my script. I felt like shit. There was people that I knew from jail that had come there. And I'd been seeing this girl in jail. I mean, wasn't even gay, but I'd been seeing this girl. Anyway, she got out. They put her in the same shared house as me. So apparently this was going to continue. And I just hadn't got the art to be like, I'm not feeling this. But I had other things to concentrate. Turned out she could do nothing money-wise. I've always believed that I used to see shoplifters come to sell stuff to us, coffee, cheese, bacon. Why? Like, I don't get it. So my habit wasn't massive at that point, but I still thought theft is theft. So, and I had two habits to support now, not just my own, because she was using as well. So I started going out and getting not so much massive designer stuff, but, more tracksuits and aftershaves and things like that. And my habit grew.
What was the drug of choice at this
Heroin.
time? Heroin.
I've done crack over the years, but I was that junkie that would go and buy 30 bags of heroin, and I'd buy 20 shots, but 15 of them were for who I was with. Literally, the other 5 were to go in the digs.
I have a question, because I always think of this, because obviously, just like what you're going to get into, addicts, they never go a day without getting drugs, and they're not cheap.
No.
So I never understand it. Like, how are you supporting this habit actively, and it's not a cheap habit?
You have no option. Obviously, everyone's got different ways of supporting the habit. I'm not cussing what anyone else does, because I've got a lot of friends that work the beat, do whatever, and you do what you need to do, and I get that. But I've always been a big believer, if a man can raise, then so can I. So shoplifting was my choice, and I justified shoplifting to myself because I wasn't hurting anyone. I wasn't violating anyone's home. I wasn't scaring some old lady in the street. I get now that it actually isn't a victimless crime, but for me it was for all them years. So my habit grew and grew and grew. And slowly it got to the point where I was putting, I mean, if I explain to people, most addicts will buy their drugs, and when they cook up, they'll put 2, maybe 3 bags in a spoon when they cook up. Got to the point where I was putting 9 or 10 in a spoon. When you can't use the pots that they give you at the chemist because your gear doesn't fit in there, and when you put it in your needle, it's thick like treacle. I'd have men, again, 5 times my size, sat next to me and looking at me like that'd kill me. And I'd do that 3 times in a row, still look normal, and get up and walk out. No gouching, no nothing. So obviously that took a lot to support. So it started where I'd tracksuits and aftershave and that, and it just wasn't bringing in enough money. So I'd started going out and I was stealing more designer stuff like Alexander McQueen handbags, Versace backpacks, Gucci, anything. If it had a massive price tag, I'd take it. I wouldn't walk out of a shop if it was a designer shop with less than 5 grand's worth of stuff. And you see, if I walked out and I was fine, I'd go back in. I worked it so that people are going to be judging already, and I don't think anyone that's not been in addiction realizes what a rattle feels like. And the best way that I've got to explain a rattle is I was in a crack house probably 18 years ago now, and there was a fire, and I had a choice, jump or burn, but I was on the 4th floor. I mean, there's an argument on this. I think it's the 5th, because if you're falling, the ground floor counts. So I had to jump, and I broke 2 bones in my back, my pelvis, shattered my right arm, snapped my left wrist, fractured my skull, and impaled my leg. So I managed to get myself out of the back garden where I'd landed, because no one would have found me. Got outside to the street. I just want to big up all them people that remember this situation, if they're watching, that walked past me, stepped over me because that junkie in the street. Air ambulance came and said, "Oh my God, what happened?" And all I could say to that man was, "I'm rattling." And he was like, "Your whole body's shattered. Like, you got my arm was concertinaed. This hand was touching here." And he was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "I don't care. If you fix my rattle, we can deal with everything else after that." So when someone says they're withdrawing and people are like, "Oh, I'm like that when I haven't got a fag. You should see me without a coffee." Shut up. Like, literally, it's the worst pain in the world. I've never been scared of anything. You could tell me that there's someone in a room somewhere that wants to shoot me, and I will walk in there to find out what it's about. But a rattle, I was terrified. It was all I was ever scared of, and you're just constantly on a countdown till the next one. And only one thing fixes it. Most things in the world, you've got options. There is no options when you're a smackhead. So I started going out, and I was taking thousands of pounds worth of stuff a day. And I had to turn it into something more logistical. If people think smackheads are dumb. We're not.
I don't think so, because again, with the whole funding the addiction, I don't think the average person would be able to fund that much money in a day.
If you took the average junkie that raises every day, took the addiction away and put them in charge of a company, they'd be the best CEO you've ever had. So yeah, I mean, occupational hazard, I got arrested plenty of times and I went to jail. I've been to jail 28 times in this country.
Oh, wow.
3 times in Amsterdam. I mean, yeah, I missed the Amsterdam bit out. I had a firearms charge and I had a drugs charge, supplying the police station, of all places. The guy I was with was in the police station and I took his drugs in, and they got found. So, massive idea. I'm going to go to Spain. I'm going to get a job. You know, I've only got an ounce of gear on me, but it'll work. So we got on a ferry. I had 2 dogs at the time. This was the only way I can put time on this is I remember putting my 2 dogs in a caravan and gaffer taping the curtains up and saying, how the fuck are we going to get away with this when it's just been 9/11? So it must have been around that time. But we did. So we got to France. We'd probably been there 7 or 8 hours. And I was like, the gear's running low, you know. There's me and this guy. The gear's running low. Atlas out. Oh, it's only 4 hours drive to Amsterdam. We'll score there. So we drove there. Yeah, 18 months later, I got deported from there. We just literally never left. It's junkie heaven. I'm not going to lie, I didn't shoplift when I was over there to raise my money. We were robbing, I didn't want to violate people, but I did over there. We were robbing hotel rooms. So, I mean, we had a ring of keys at one point. We'd robbed the rooms and that, and they wouldn't change locks. So it got to the point where we just had probably 100 keys.
Where were you getting the keys from?
When you go out and you steal someone's bag, you take the keys.
Oh, okay,
yeah, because at night you could just go. A lot of the times, well, we'd go to. I remember being in one where, you know, people sleep in like bunk beds.
Yeah, like the hostel thing. Yeah.
So we went into one of them, and there was loads of lockers. And I remember a girl sitting up in bed, and I was like, just keep sitting, because he used to work. Keep really still, and they go back to sleep. So kept really still. Took the stuff out. Do you know how unlucky I am? So the next day, we was on the main street, and I was going through my bag. I was looking for a pipe for him, and I couldn't find it. And I'm thinking there was 3 in my bag, but couldn't find it. So, wait there, I've got that purse from last night. It's got change in it. So every shop in Amsterdam sells pipes. So I've walked in. I'll never forget this fucking purse. So it was a little pink purse, and it had a pig's face on it. I've opened it, and as I've got it out and opened it, I've heard this behind me. Of all the shops in all of Amsterdam, 2 girls that are behind me in the queue, one of them is the one that sat up in bed the night before. So literally, I've heard this gas now, and you know, you just know it's because you've got that out. So I've gone to the till, and I was like, oh, I just wanted to hand this in. I just found it outside. I tried to leave, and yeah, you can't get away from their police. There was already police outside. They look like the Terminator over there. They've got helmets all the time, 9 mils. Yeah. So that was my first time I went to jail. Terrified, thinking it was going to be like sitting on the floor, you know, with a bowl of rice.
Yeah.
Why I thought that, I don't know. I got to the police station. They were like, oh, do you want some methadone? Do you want some Tomazepam eggs? I mean, they were banned in my country. I was like, yeah. Then he opened this big locker and went, you can't smoke your own cigarettes, but we've got all the. I was like, this is all right. Yeah. And then, I mean, you get taken to a special cell at night that's got like a TV built into the wall and that. I was like, this ain't so bad. Do you know what I mean? Like, you don't even do a rattle. So I got out the first time. They let me out on street. The next time, I went to rob a hotel room and a rucksack on the floor, but you know the bit you put over your arm?
Yeah.
The leg of the bed was put through it. You know there's something good in it when they're doing that. So I've cut it, because the way it used to work is one of the guys would come with me. They'd hold my trainers. I'd tiptoe in. I had scissors, and all that to do things. So cut the strap on the bag. We're out of there. As I'm putting my trainers back on the stairs, I've heard their door slam. So we've run into the red light district. We knew a lot of the girls there. Banged on this woman's window. She's let us in. These people weren't letting it go. Kilo of weed in their bag. That's why they weren't letting it go. Do you know the police still come, you know? Yeah, like literally, this is illegal and whatnot. Yeah, but that much of a fuss had been caused. These people made up that much of a fuss that they got themselves arrested and me. Why would just not we'd go?
Yeah.
It's the second time.
And they can't get the weed back anyway, can they?
No. Do you know what I mean? They don't own a cafe or anything like that. They're on holiday there. You can't, got themselves nicked. I don't know what happened to them. Went to jail, got let out again on street. By now, I don't really care. Jail's that easy, not fussed. It's all open anyway. I mean, I've been in worse premierings, to be honest. So anyway, I got nicked again on the third time. I can't even remember what that was for. It would have been along the same lines. And then it was about a week before I was due to get out. And they come and took me to, because I had no passport, I'd sold that. They come and took me to the embassy to get like papers to deport me. So in my head now, I'm thinking I'm going to go back and I'm going to have this charge and that charge. They're still going to be waiting for me. When I tell you I'm unlucky, I'm not joking. I did all that. My 2 charges got acquitted while I wasn't here. They got dropped while I wasn't here, but I never contacted anybody to find that out.
Yeah.
So, yeah, got deported back. I was like, that was when I was in Telford. So, yeah, went back to him because he'd left me there, by the way. When I went to jail the second time, he couldn't hack it on his own and came back. So I think I went back to my nan and granddad. So I was there a couple of days and went back to him. So that's the Amsterdam bit.
Yeah.
I mean, how people are going to understand it. I don't even understand my own life. So yeah, when I was in Birmingham now, my habits getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And just going out every day and picking up random things was not giving me the income that I wanted. So I started a WhatsApp group, slowly added more and more people to the point where I had nearly 200 people on it. And I knew every one of them. I knew their paydays. I knew what brands they liked, what ages their kids were.
Oh, wow.
When there was special occasions coming up.
So just to be clear, this WhatsApp group is customers.
Yeah, all buyers, all of it. So then I would go out, and then as I've come out the shop and I'm getting on the train or wherever to come home, so I would travel. I mean, I've never drove, but I would get on the train, travel an hour to nick 5-7 grand worth of stuff all day long. And before people think, oh, well, you went to jail 28 times, getting nicked once a year, for, if you're taking 5-7 grand's worth of stuff a day, they're getting 5-7 grand's worth of stuff back. What about the other 364 days a year that I didn't get caught? So I'm sick of hearing, I went to jail 28 times. Okay, you go and commit crime every single day. And again, jail didn't help me in any way. So I started this WhatsApp group. I started all these customers on here. I'd come out of shoplifting, I'd get on the train. I don't know if anyone thinks there's CCTV on the trains and that, there ain't, or buses. They don't look at it. I would lie my stuff out on the seats, foil wrapped around all the alarms still. Take photos of it all. Within 20 minutes, it'd all be sold. Money would be bank transferred, or I could collect it when I got back and drop the stuff off. And then, obviously, if you're stealing that much stuff a day, people start looking for you. So I was having teams from different head offices of big retail stores coming from Leeds, Manchester, to try and catch me in different areas. So I started ringing stores in the morning, and I'd ring and somebody would answer and I'd say, good morning, it's PC 24517.
Oh, wow.
I'm calling about the theft on Thursday. There's always a theft on Thursday. It's a massive retailers. And you'd get some absolutely helpful lady on the phone that'd say, oh, there's no security today. Oh, isn't there? When would I be able to call back? oh, well, they work between 11 and this time, and I'd have all of that written down in a book, and I'd do that at 20 different stores so that I had like a list of where I could go and when, and I knew never to hit the same shop for more than 2 days in a row, because that third day is when that team's going to be there. I was tired. I was fucked. I would get up in the morning. It was costing me £300 just to get out of bed, just to feel out. Not even probably as good as you feel now, just to function. Everything was. By then, I had another partner. I'm with this one now, but again, I'm the only one that grafts. So I'd be out 10 hours a day. Literally, people think, again, junkies are lazy. Trust me, whatever needs to be done gets done. So I would be out all day shoplifting. I wasn't one of them people that would go and make 50 quid, come back, because that little bit of money wouldn't have done me. I needed my money in one big lump. And then I'd come back, be awake until like 4, 5 in the morning, sleep for 2-3 hours, and I'd be back out again. And when you've done that continuously for that long, I was horrific. I was a mess. I was that girl that you'd walk past in the street, and when they looked in your face, you'd, yeah, because I mean, I looked like I'd been dug up twice. My teeth were all gone, apart from I had one little half of one that it didn't even go downwards, it went forwards. They were black. They were that bad that when I had my teeth took out at the dentist, and she went, would you like to keep them? I was like, no, they look like they're auditioning for a fag packet. It was just all getting too much. I mean, every time I got arrested for the last 10 years, my withdrawal got that bad that I'd get to the police station, and I don't know how much people know, but you don't get any help in the police station for withdrawal. You just get put in that cell and left. There is no treatment that they give you. So I get there, and then within 10 minutes of being in the police station, booking in, the custody sergeant would say, someone needs to ring an ambulance now, because they say 3-hour wait if you're not bleeding or not breathing. He'd say, someone needs to ring it now because we can't cope with her in 3 hours. I would projectile vomit blood up the walls. I had a mini cardiac arrest, seizures, hallucinations. So not only did I cost money in all the theft that I was committing, when I actually got arrested, even in that, I cost 3 times more than I should. So I'd have the police station open for me. And obviously they don't send you to the hospital on your own. Sometimes I've been there for 9-10 days with officers round the clock who, because they're with me, aren't out on response. So their wages are being paid to sit with me. My cell's open, but I'm also due in court. So that's open for me as well. So I'm also costing money there and the money in the hospital. When I look at it now, there's things that at the time I never realised. So it got to the point where every single security guard everywhere knew me. I didn't care. I still went and smashed everywhere. I mean, people say, well, how is it possible? And I haven't got an answer. You become very sneaky and you do whatever you've got to do to get in. I mean, I've crawled into shops. I've walked with groups of people. I mean, if ever you're walking in a shop and some random person next to you just laughing. Yeah, I used to do that. Walk next to big groups of like teenagers laughing away. As soon as they got to where I wanted, just cut off. Sometimes they'd be looking at me like, who is she and what is she laughing at? I've been in shop windows undressing dummies, and people are walking past the window like, because I did not look like I worked there. And when I look at my pictures now, I don't know how I even got in a designer shop. I didn't look like I could afford to sleep in their doorway, never mind go in. I was a disgrace. Yeah, it's embarrassing when I look back now, which is weird because I looked like that for at least 20 of the 29 years. Do you know what I mean? And that was just how I looked. But you tell yourself, it doesn't matter. And I know that there's a lot of people out there now that, as rough as they look, you put on a nice tracksuit and you think, oh, I look good. You don't. You look like death in a tracksuit. So my group got bigger and bigger, and shoplifting got harder and harder. I mean, when COVID hit, there was no designer stores to hit.
Yeah.
I was having to go out. But you know what? Again, the government, they fucked up big time on that, because as well as they should, homeless people were put somewhere. Everybody was catered for, but drug addicts. Life didn't stop for us.
Yeah.
When people say to me, oh, well, you know, couldn't go out. Yeah, you couldn't go out. I went out every single day. I queued outside 3 supermarkets, 2 hours at a time, pushed out trolleys with like £1,000's worth of stuff in a trolley. Nothing stopped for us. The dealers still managed to get to us, considering no one was allowed out. But obviously life got harder. Money still kept coming in, but my health just got worse and worse. I remember having septicemia once, and I wouldn't go to the hospital because I couldn't rely on the person that I was with to bring my drugs. So I wouldn't go. There was a bus stop probably 4 minutes from my house, and I was that bad. It was taking me like 55 minutes to walk to it, to get on the bus, to go into a shop that had just opened on my high street, and they were putting Xbox, PlayStation games and that out. There's so many times that, I mean, I remember having an abscess on my leg that I nearly died from, and an abscess sounds minor, I've had loads of them. This was like, if you took my head off and added it onto the bottom of my leg, it was huge. And I remember we were in a hotel. I'd gone to A&E, and somebody, you gotta love social media, somebody had tried to film and take a picture for the junkie with the massive leg, and I lost my temper and walked out. And I remember lying in that hotel bed, and they bring on mad hallucinations, thinking, what am I doing? And they say it takes a big epiphany for someone to stop taking drugs.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how many big things could happen for me. My granddad died. I wasn't there. I missed it. My little brother, he died. He was like 17. I wasn't there for that. I wasn't there for any of him being ill. I broke my back, and they told me I might never walk again. That didn't stop me. I got kidnapped for 4 days. That was, yeah. I mean, without going massively into it, that was horrific 4 days. That didn't stop me.
Was that to do with drugs, like drug dealing and things like that?
No. I was in Amsterdam. I was actually going to meet somebody, one of my mates, to go and rob some hotel rooms. And a van pulled up next to me. My Dutch wasn't amazing. I knew enough to score and enough to order food. But I knew that the symbol on the side was for fire extinguishers. So the guy wound his window down and asked me if I knew directions to the dam rack, which everyone knows where that is. I lived on the street behind it.
Yeah.
So as I stepped forward to point, the side door opened and I got dragged in. I got took to a flat. And to be fair, I'm not going to lie, I've had my revenge on it. I was kept there for 4 days. There was 4 men and his wife, one of them's wife, which is worse than anything else. Do you know what I mean? And I remember there was a little boy there. But I remember being there and thinking, after all of this, when this is done, they're not going to let me go, because I've seen all their faces. I am covered in DNA. There is not one part of me that thinks that I'm leaving here in any way, shape, or form. But after 4 days, my withdrawal was literally all that mattered. So I remember feeling like shit. I'm coming in the bedroom, dragging me out, back down to the van, and I was thinking, you know, you can imagine the mad things you're thinking, I'm going to get killed and dumped here or whatever. They literally drove me back to where they got me and just put me out of the van. And you know what? When people say addiction isn't powerful, first thing I did wasn't go and get in the shower. First thing I did wasn't anything. I walked into that red light district where the dealers were. I remember I had a skater skirt on and a white jumper. The white jumper was covered in blood. I had blood all down my legs. I had no money. And the dealer looked at me and just went, what the fuck? Gave me something. I went home, fixed myself, and then got in the shower. So if it comes above things like that, it comes above everything. People don't lose their kids, sell their bodies and do whatever for nothing. So yeah, none of them things made me stop. And then I was arrested again for shoplifting, no doubt, because that was an occupational hazard. And I was lying in a hospital bed, and I remember this copper appearing at the end of my bed with this drug worker woman telling me that the security guard from the shop that I've been hitting, because it wasn't the same shop every time, but I had hit this one store over and over.
Yeah.
But it was that high street retailer. I would travel for one of their stores. He'd asked them to come and see me. And it didn't resonate with me at that time. I was thinking, yeah, I don't care. I'm dying. Please leave me alone. And they were telling me about there's this new drug out and it can help you. And nothing could help. Like literally, as far as I was concerned, I was going to die a junkie, whether it was going to be soon, as an old woman, that was what was going to happen. And I wasn't happy with it or content with it, but that, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
And they left their phone number and it got put in my prop bag. And I paid it no attention, to be fair. And then I carried on shoplifting probably another couple of months. I was getting really, really ill. Fentanyl hit. And
about what year was that?
Oh God. Say 2023 when fentanyl hit. So I'd OD'd in the past lots of times, always accidentally. But I had the fentanyl, and because I put so much in my spoons, I'd injected, and I'd probably put in not even a drip of like the gear, and it knocked me for 10 hours. I didn't wake up. I woke up and everything was still in a needle. And it seemed to be that every single day, I used to be able to spot fentanyl because I had so much gear in my pin, it would look black. I don't know if it shows up like that for other people. And it just kept happening. And I'd love to say that I sit there and think, oh, that's got fentanyl and I can't use it. I've just spent how many hundreds of pounds on how much gear and I need it. I was taking that risk every day.
So the drug dealers were putting fentanyl in.
Yeah, I don't think it was our local drug dealers. I think it was coming from like further back in the chain and that, because it seemed to be a countrywide thing at the time. Not that I would have travelled to get something different, you know.
Because I wanted to ask, because now, obviously, because you said that's why I asked you the year, because around that time, obviously we've always had drug addicts in Birmingham, but around like 2023, 2022, we've started what people will call zombies, like people just like either standing, sleeping, literally.
That's Mamba though, isn't it?
Is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, like, I mean, I've tried Mamba in jail, like, but me and my mates would do it like a tiny little bit on a pipe. See these people that are smoking it in spliffs. You know you're fucked when a junkie who looks like shit walks past you in the street and goes, fuck that, I wouldn't do that. Do you know what I mean? If the likes of me was looking at you sat on the floor with no shoes on, like in some random position, and says, yeah, that shit's not for me, then that's what happened in Birmingham.
Yeah,
Mamba
okay.
hit. And Mamba's cheaper than gear. So a lot of smackheads replaced. And that's not an offensive thing. I've called myself a smackhead for years and years. A junkie, smackhead. I don't call myself an addict. And I don't, it's not what I was as a junkie. Yeah, it's cheaper. So people go over it because it's cheaper. But at the end of the day, it's alloy cleaner. It's either koi carp food or alloy cleaner. No, koi carp, what they knock them out with when, who operates on a fish? But yeah, that's what it's actually for. It's not for me. So that man had come to see me. And then a couple of months later, ironically, I was looking in the drawer for clean needles and I found the number. So he came to see me and I found out that the security guard most security guards I got on with because, you know, they're doing their job and as far as I was concerned, I was doing mine. He had gone out of his way outside of work, contacted them and said, nah, you know what, she's a good girl, she just needs help. And I was like, well, what is it you think is going to fix me? Because there is nothing out there that can. Because, I mean, by that point, I'd had 57, I know now, unstarted probation orders because I never used to go to them. They would just get out of court free cards. But I remember going to probation and a probation officer saying to me, oh, it's all right, Keely, as long as you come once a week, you don't have to stay, just sign your card and go because you're a career shoplifter anyway. And yeah, nothing's going to change, is it? If people like that don't think I'm going to change, how the fuck am I supposed to see anything different?
Yeah.
So I got put on this prescription. I agreed to give it a go. So the day before my prescription, I went out as normal, shoplifting, took the same amount of drugs I normally would on the night. Woke up next morning and thought, right, I'm going to do this. Which, trust me, sounds like nothing when it's the thing you're most scared of in the world. And I decided, I don't know if people watching on Hagley Road, yeah? Not the nicest area. Well, there's a hostel on Hagley Road and it is the worst hostel in Birmingham. There's no artwork on the walls. You go down the corridors. Between each room, there's a big needle bin on the wall. And I thought, you know what, if I'm going to do my rattle anywhere, I'm going to do it somewhere like this because people go to rehab and everything's nice and shiny. And then you got to come back to the real world where there's dealers and people using. So I started doing my rattle. So did the girl I was with. 8 hours in, I'm dying by now. She's give up. She was like, I'm going to score. Please ring somebody and get some money. Because I used to be able to, but because I made so much money, I could ring one of my buyers and say, oh my God, transfer me 100 quid and I'll pay it back later. But I still didn't use then. I don't know why. I don't know where that willpower came from. And then I spent 10 days in that bed, swimming in my own vomit, hallucinating, seizures. It's like shit was coming out the ceiling. Because I'd been put on, it's not Subutex now, it's called Esprinol. And it's like a blocker. So I'd got myself, would I have got clean if I hadn't have got myself into a situation? Maybe not. Once I took that, I had a choice. I could either wait 2 days and not have the medication, and then I could take gear again, because if I mixed them, it would fuck me up.
Yeah.
or I could keep taking it every day and hope that it got better. So obviously 2 days away and I can have gear, or that medication might make me feel better today. I was going for the quick option, which turned out better for me in the end. So I had been doing that. I finally managed to get out of bed after 10 days. I still felt like shit. 3 months it took me to get my injection, purely because nobody could get any blood out of me. I've got no veins. I mean, when I say no veins, I mean, I have injected everywhere. I mean, see this big vein in my head? I've even been there. I mean, when you've stood in the mirror and had a 1 mil needle hanging down the side of your nose because you're waiting for the swelling in your head to go down before you push a bit more in, you've hit rock bottom. So it took quite a while to get. And then they took me for my first appointment when I'd finally found someone who could get the blood, had all the tests. There's a
fuck's sake, I had my mic off. You might have heard a bit because it comes through a bit when I don't have the power on, but I think whatever. Anyway, so yeah, I forgot MKD, Ghost of MKD is Danny. Yeah, it's interesting to have you grace the area in a roundabout fashion again for the time being. Yeah, it's really clutching, isn't it? Bless. Clutching. Just it's just so really unreal. If only people took the help available. And then what's this one? What was the next one? Yeah, that was it. So yeah, she goes on to describe a medication now, a pharmaceutical medication, which I understand it's amazing when there's these tools available and it stops you being able to do the the cravings and everything else. Ideally, it would be done in another way. Primarily, my objection is that these drugs are developed for animal testing, and that is just a really sad aspect of these whole. They get animals addicted to heroin and hard drugs to be able to create these things. So, really, we need to get back to the natural and a healing environment. She wouldn't have needed any of that if there was a system. And I know it has been easier said than done in the respects to the world has just been so disjointed, so corrupted, and misled or misguided with our own pursuits and desires and distractions and addictions. Not just illegal addictions by any means. TV news, fake news, being groomed and manipulated by paedophile agendas and narcissistic attention whoring, platform stealing, sabotaging, all of that. Yeah, we'll continue. I'll end the live straight after this, straight after she's finished.
A new injection called Buvadel. So it's something that you have once a month and it sits under your skin and it slowly disperses through your body. I literally went and got that injection that day feeling like shit. I'd had enough. I was thinking, you know what, shall I just not even go and get this injection? Just fuck it. 2 days and I can just feel better. But, they encouraged me, go. It'll be all right. I had the injection. I went home. I woke up in the morning. I felt I'd slept properly. I was hungry.
Thank you, Kaylee. And the other point is that she makes as well is that I don't know if I missed it when I was out of the room, but I think she still has it yet to go. Is that there's just 15 minutes left, and she says about text only because of the amount of value. Like she's been on various news. She's done news articles on TV when a period of her, I suppose, her conviction or something, but because of the millions of pounds, it was obviously a salacious story, and she obviously is offended by that due to it just being money that got her the attention to get her story out, where there's so many people in her position doing different crimes, but she just had the wherewithal to get a lot of money out of it more so, and she obviously had really high tolerance for some reason, where she got on it so young. She got on the drugs so young, and yeah, she's helping out. She's actually, I think she goes on to explain she got an award from the what's it, retailers security organization or something. It's really interesting.
That was fucking unknown.
Yeah.
I had no cravings whatsoever. And I mean, at the time, the girl that she was using in front of me, I had no cravings. I mean, I could go outside and there'd be people scoring left, right, and centre. Didn't interest me. After a couple of days of being on it, I could even go and score for my partner at the time and it not bother me. Carry it back, hand it over. And that's when I always knew that what I was doing was different to what other shoplifters were doing by the amounts and that. But when I got taken to visit the people, I mean, for once, the security guard that helped me, his store alone, and I was not going in one shop a day. In 2.5 years from there, I took £3.5 million worth of stock that they know about. I Loss Prevention UK, I've worked out that looking at charge sheets and estimated it come to over £30 million worth of stock.
Oh my God.
In 24 years. So if people keep it's not possible. I haven't just plucked that figure from nowhere and thrown it out there. I had no idea myself. But if they're saying that that's what they know about, it was way more than that. And it sometimes blows my mind that, I caused nothing but problems for that guy, and he still went out of his way in his own time to get me help. And I've only been clean for 23 months as of today. Are we doing this as of today?
Yeah.
Okay. I've only been clean 23 months, as of today. I could never have imagined what my life would be now. So since I got clean, I have to save the most important bit to the end because, so I've done Sky News, BBC, ITV 3 times, Channel 4, Channel 5 3 times. I've lectured in universities. I've done insight work for stores that would have cried if I even come on their car park before. I've given events at the Old Bailey twice for the mayor, the Mayor of London's room. You have to be invited. I've done an event at the Shard for massive security companies like Zinc, ASOL, so many things that I would never have thought. And then I travel around now and train police in addiction because they know nothing about addiction. It's not their fault. They don't get any training.
Yeah.
I also travel around the country meeting up with police crime commissioners to try and help them start the program that I'm part of here in their areas. I won the National Business Crime Solutions Award, which a shoplifter winning is fucking unheard of. Do you know what I mean? It's literally put together by retailers. I mean, I've been on Good Morning Britain a couple of times. It's so much has changed in such a short amount of time. I do outreach work for people that are still in the situation that I was, because hearing something from somebody that's never been in that situation is so different to hearing it from somebody that there isn't anyone that I can go and see that most of them I actually know, but there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Because you know what? I was the worst. And anything you're going to tell me you've done, I guarantee you I've done worse. And most of all, I swear, I can't even tell myself this story about crying. So I didn't see my mum for 24 years. And even then, it was not for long. And the last time I saw my sisters, they were like 3, 4. Now they've all got babies of their own. I speak to my mum way more than is healthy. I'm such a baby. Yeah, I get to be an auntie. So not only did my life get fixed from literally the shittest, most fucking bullshit life in the world, it fixed other people's as well, because my mum got a daughter, my sister, I'm the oldest. They got their big sister back. I've got my nieces and nephews. And now, all I want to do now is make people see that you can't write someone off. It doesn't matter how long they've been, what they've been, or what they've done. Everybody has got a right to be clean, and all they need is the right help. Sending people to jail again and again and again, it ain't changing shit. And at the end of the day, I went to Westminster the other day to try and advise on pathways for drug services. And I keep trying to drum this into people. Police take an oath when they start being police to prevent crime and to save lives, yeah? So for every addict that you help, saving lives isn't just seeing someone stabbed in the street and stopping them from bleeding to death. Saving a life is saving a life. So if you, instead of putting somebody in jail that's got an addiction problem that can't help what they're doing, because they can't. No one, when they're a kid, says, when I grow up, I want to be a junkie. And no one commits the crimes they commit because they've got a choice in it. You have no option. And I would put my life on it that I don't care who you are, the most upstanding person that you can find. If they felt the pain of a withdrawal or they went through addiction, they would commit the same crimes. And I just want people to realise that it's not just down to the police to arrest people. If they treat addiction and they treat the root cause, they're preventing crime and saving a life. And that's what every single one of them signed an oath to do. And people in the street, when you walk around and you see somebody and you think, oh, fucking dirty little junkie, then the state of them, Everybody's got their own story. Nobody chose to be where they are. And maybe if there was a little bit more compassion in the world, yeah, for everybody that's walking around like they're so much fucking better than everyone that's on drugs, people need to realise they're probably 2 or 3 mistakes from being there themselves. It's not hard. It's not, oh, well, that had never happened to me. It can happen to anybody. And you know what? Most of the people that I've met have got an awful story for why they ended up where they were. My stories only hit the news purely because the amount of money. That's why, the only reason that normal people, as they like to call themselves, normal people have sat up and listened to my stories, because it had a 30 million price tag on it. No one gave a shit about anything else. It just purely comes down to people are interested in money, and that's the only reason. And if that's the way I've got to make people listen, then I'm glad I took 30 million quid's worth of stuff.
So in a nutshell, you would say that most people that are addicted, they need their drugs to function, to stay alive as well.
And at the end of the day, you know what? If people have got cancer, people that have smoked too much, people that are overweight because they've ate too much, all of them things, you know what? Hospitals treat that. Why? Because we pay tax on cigarettes and food and alcohol. If you're a junkie, you just rot. We can't function without, and if you needed something to stop you being in the worst pain that you could ever imagine, I promise you'd go out and do what it took to get it. People don't do the things that they do for nothing. That woman that had her kids took away, she didn't choose that. She chose to, and I'm not saying it's right what anyone's done. I'm just saying I understand why it happens. I'm lucky I didn't have kids. I can't say that the same wouldn't have happened to me if I did. So I just want people to realise that, you know what, if people are going to listen to my story because of the amount of stuff I stole, then if you're going to take something from it, take that it can happen to anybody, and every single person that you look at like shit is somebody's son, daughter, sister, brother. Could be you one day. Could be your kids. I was a child, could be your child.
Do you think, because a lot of people, included the police, they say, for example, obviously drug dealers are where addicts get their drugs from. So the police and I guess normal people say that if you take away the drug dealers, then you won't have addicts.
There'll always be a drug dealer. You can watch a drug dealer get nicked, and before that man has probably booked in at the police station, there's 2 new phone numbers in his place. And at the end of the day, in my phone, I used to have, I'd score off the same person as much as possible. I'd have 20, 25 backup numbers that I could try. Dealers like faggots on the street, there's probably more of them. You're never going to take away the drug dealers, so why not take away the addiction? Because junkies will always find a way. Because you know what, if you take away the drug dealers, then they're just going to have to go to pharmaceutical drugs until they've been treated, and you take it away. There's nothing that's you can take away drug dealers and you can stop this and stop that. It doesn't stop someone withdrawing.
So what we have to say to anyone that is in your position, in the position that were in now, what advice would you give them?
First, I'd say parents need to watch their kids and don't assume that even the nicest child, the nicest, happiest child, it can't happen to, because it can, and it will happen fast. Just pay attention to what's going on. And anyone that's in my position or has got anybody that they care about that's in my position, there's not enough help out there, But if you want it bad enough, there is. You'll find it. And I don't believe that anybody is happy living the life that they're living, because it's horrible. It's Groundhog Day. Literally, you're not even living, you're surviving and you're existing. And there's people used to say to me, I used to see people when they'd got clean and I'd think, oh, fucking good for you. This is what I do. I'm good. Well, it's not. It's an excuse. It's what you tell yourself to make yourself feel better because you're not going anywhere. So if I can get clean after 29 years with a habit like I had, looking like I did, there's hope for everybody. So if you, I mean, people can see my before pictures, and my before pictures make me cry. I used to look at that in the mirror every day. Yeah, now they make me cry. I used to be so heartless, and now, oh, cry like a bitch. You get emotions and all sorts when you get clean. Yeah, they didn't tell me that when I did it. But yeah, anyone that's in that situation, it's what you deserve.
Thank you. Thank you for coming down to the stool today. Thank you for sharing your story. And I really hope that you continue the rest of your life being clean and happy as you are. Thank you. And that's a wrap.
Thank you.